Our past is filled with silent monuments that refuse to tell their stories. This journey explores 50 unexplained phenomena of the ancient world, and by the end, you will see human history through an entirely new lens. How did a civilization with no wheels move 80-ton stones across a remote island? Why would a culture create immense art only visible from the sky? We are about to sift through the evidence of lost knowledge and impossible engineering that still defies our logic. What do you believe is our greatest unanswered question about the ancient world? These ancient puzzles stand as a profound challenge to our understanding of human history. They are far more than just forgotten trivia or academic curiosities. Each one represents a direct conversation with our ancestors, a glimpse into a worldview, and a set of capabilities that we have somehow lost the key to understanding. To truly appreciate why a massive stone structure or a perfectly aligned temple is so baffling, we must step back and see the full picture. These phenomena sit at a unique crossroads, where hard science meets spiritual belief, where advanced engineering intertwines with celestial mythology. Archaeologists dig for physical clues, astronomers calculate alignments, engineers analyze stress loads, and historians sift through fragmented myths. Yet often these disciplines, when brought together, still cannot provide a complete answer. This is partly because we are dealing with societies that often left no written records, or whose records were lost to time. Their history was written in stone and earth, not on parchment, and we are still learning how to read that language. Every time we encounter a structure that seems impossibly advanced for its era, or a cultural practice whose purpose is utterly obscure, we are confronted with a glaring gap in the story we tell ourselves about human progress. It suggests that innovation is not always a straight, upward line. Civilizations can reach incredible heights of knowledge, and that knowledge can vanish, leaving only enigmatic ruins as a testament. Engaging with these mysteries is not about proving aliens or lost super-civilizations, though those are fun stories. It is a humbling exercise. It forces us to admit the limits of our current understanding and opens our minds to the vast, diverse tapestry of human experience. It invites us to consider that our ancestors were not primitive, but simply different, with priorities and insights that we might never fully grasp. As we explore these 50 unexplained wonders, remember that we are not just listing oddities. We are piecing together a new kind of history, one written in questions, waiting for the right key to turn. That key, however, is not a skeleton key that fits every lock. To properly explore these 50 enigmas, we must first understand what makes a mystery worthy of the list. In our journey, an unexplained phenomenon is not a ghost story or a local legend passed down through whispers. It is something you can touch, something you can stand before and measure. We are talking about physical evidence, hard facts etched in stone or buried in the earth that the modern world struggles to make sense of. These are colossal structures whose construction methods are lost to time, intricate artifacts that display a shocking level of precision, or ancient artwork that depicts concepts far ahead of their era. The common thread is a glaring absence of consensus. Within mainstream archaeology and history, these items spark genuine, ongoing debate. Respected experts look at the same set of facts and arrive at completely different conclusions about how or why they came to be. This defiance of explanation usually comes from one of two places. The first is what we might call an anachronism, a feature that feels out of place in time. It is the discovery of a machining mark on a granite block from an age of copper chisels, or a celestial alignment so precise it would require knowledge of a star's cycle that lasts thousands of years. The second source of mystery is symbolic content that seems to reference complex ideas, advanced mathematics, detailed anatomy, or global geography that the culture in question was not believed to understand. This grounding in the physical world is what separates our exploration from pure speculation. We are not chasing phantoms, we are examining the fingerprints left behind by ancient hands, fingerprints that form a pattern we cannot yet decipher. These stones and symbols are the real puzzle, and their very existence asks us to reconsider the chapters of our own story. So, with that definition as our guide, our countdown begins not with the simplest mystery, but with one of the most visually striking and geographically isolated puzzles on the planet. These 50 mysteries are not a random collection, but a map of human curiosity itself. They cluster into distinct categories, each asking a different kind of question about our past. Our journey will take us through these fascinating groups, starting with the most physically imposing puzzles of all. The first category is architectural marvels, structures of such scale and precision that their very existence challenges our understanding of ancient engineering. Think of the seamless, mortarless stone walls of ancient Peru, where giant blocks are fitted together so perfectly that a razor blade cannot slide between them. How was this achieved without modern tools? This category is all about the how, the sheer physical puzzle of moving, shaping, and assembling materials in ways that seem to defy the technological timeline we have written. A second, deeply compelling category moves our gaze from the earth to the sky. These are the astronomical alignments, where ancient builders encoded celestial knowledge into stone. Certain temples, pyramids, and stone circles are oriented with breathtaking precision to capture the solstice sun, the rising of a specific star, or the cycles of the moon. This suggests a sophisticated, long-term observation of the heavens, a science intertwined with spirituality that guided the layout of their entire world. It asks not just how they built, but why they built in such a specific, cosmically conscious way. Then we have the category of mysterious artifacts, often called uparts, a term meaning out-of-place artifacts. These are objects that feel anachronistic, as if they were dropped into the past from a more advanced time. A classic example might be a finely machined metal object found in a layer of earth dating back thousands of years, long before such metalworking was thought to exist. These items are the ultimate conversation starters, forcing us to ask if our historical chronology is missing a piece, or if we have underestimated the ingenuity of a particular culture. Our exploration also leads us into the realm of unexplained artistic and symbolic representations. This includes everything from ancient cave paintings that seem to depict beings or aircraft that should not exist, to intricate glyphs and scripts that have stubbornly resisted all attempts at translation for centuries. What story were these artists trying to tell? What knowledge were these symbols meant to preserve? This category is about decoding intent, about understanding the minds and beliefs of people who communicated in a visual language we can no longer fluently read. Finally, we will encounter phenomena tied to lost civilizations and sudden cultural declines. This is perhaps the most haunting category of all. It involves societies that reached incredible heights, building magnificent cities and monuments, only to vanish or transform almost overnight. They left their grandest works completely intact but abandoned, their libraries silent, their reasons for leaving lost to the elements. Exploring these sites is like walking into a room where the occupants just stepped out, leaving everything in place. It compels us to ask what happened. Was it environmental change, internal conflict, or something else entirely that caused a thriving culture to simply walk away from everything it had built? Each of these categories offers a different lens through which to view our enigmatic past, and as we count through the 50, you will see how these themes intertwine, building a richer, more complex picture of ancient ingenuity. The selection of these 50 mysteries is itself a careful process, a deliberate search for the most resilient puzzles in human history. We are not simply gathering the most famous ancient sites, but seeking out those that have consistently resisted explanation across generations. The first and most important criterion is the durability of the mystery itself. Some archaeological finds are initially baffling, but within a few years, new evidence or a fresh perspective provides a plausible, widely accepted answer. The phenomena on this list are different. They have endured decades, sometimes centuries, of intense scrutiny. Each new generation of archaeologists, engineers, and historians approaches them with more advanced tools, from ground-penetrating radar to satellite imaging, and yet a definitive explanation remains just out of reach. This enduring quality suggests we are dealing with something fundamental, a genuine gap in our knowledge that technology alone cannot yet bridge. Equally crucial is the quality and scale of the physical evidence. These are not stories based on a single, questionable artifact or a vague historical reference. They are anchored in undeniable, often monumental, reality. A massive stone temple, a sprawling network of underground tunnels, or a vast collection of identical, intricately carved spheres, these things exist. You can visit them, photograph them, measure them. The mystery lies not in whether they are real, but in how and why they came to be. The sheer scale of the evidence forces the question, demanding an answer that matches the ambition of the original builders. Furthermore, a true enigma generates a wide spectrum of theories. If only one or two ideas are ever proposed, it might indicate a lack of interest or a puzzle that is too obscure. The phenomena we will explore, however, have sparked entire ecosystems of thought. Mainstream archaeology offers its hypotheses, often involving immense communal labor and sophisticated, but purely human, engineering. Alternative researchers propose other possibilities, from lost ancient technologies to knowledge passed down from a much older, forgotten culture. The fact that serious people can look at the same stones and arrive at such radically different conclusions is a testament to the power of the mystery itself. It is this vibrant, ongoing debate that keeps these ancient questions alive and compelling. This methodology naturally leads us to a list that is wonderfully diverse. You will encounter world-famous icons like the Great Pyramids of Giza, whose very familiarity sometimes blinds us to the profound questions they still pose. Their perfection is so often discussed that we forget to be astonished by it. But alongside these giants, we will journey to remote valleys, dense jungles, and isolated islands to examine lesser-known sites. These hidden gems are often just as perplexing as their famous counterparts, sometimes more so, because they lack the overwhelming volume of study and tourism. A perfectly carved granite box in a forgotten Egyptian quarry can be as mystifying as the pyramid it might have been meant for. By balancing the iconic with the obscure, we achieve something important, a truly global perspective. It shows us that this drive to create the inexplicable was not the obsession of one or two unique cultures, but a recurring theme in the human story. From the deserts of Peru to the plains of England, from the jungles of Cambodia to the islands of the Pacific, our ancestors left behind signatures of their genius that we are still struggling to read. This comprehensive survey reveals a pattern of profound capability, suggesting that what we often label as mysterious might simply be a different, and perhaps more profound, way of understanding the world. Our countdown begins not on land but beneath the waves, with a discovery that forever shattered our perception of ancient technological capability. In the year 1900, sponge divers working in the treacherous waters off the coast of a small Greek island named Antikythera made a startling find. Amid the scattered remains of a Roman-era shipwreck, they recovered a lump of heavily corroded bronze and wood about the size of a large book. To the untrained eye, it was just an uninteresting piece of wreckage encrusted with 2 millennia of sea life. It was set aside with other artifacts, its true nature completely unrecognized. For nearly half a century, this strange object sat in a museum storage room in Athens, a forgotten secret from the deep. Then, slowly, as layers of corrosion were carefully removed, researchers began to see something impossible. Inside were gears, dozens of them, intricately interlocked in a complex mechanical assembly. This was not a statue or a piece of jewelry. It was a machine, one of astonishing sophistication. We now call it the Antikythera Mechanism, dating to sometime between 100 and 200 years before the Common Era. This device is a masterpiece of miniaturized engineering. Using advanced imaging techniques like X-ray tomography, scientists have been able to peer inside the calcified blocks and reconstruct its intricate workings. They found a system of at least 30 precise bronze gears, housed in a wooden case with dials and inscriptions on the front and back. It was, in essence, a hand-powered, mechanical model of the solar system. By turning a crank on the side, the gears would move, and the various dials would rotate to show the positions of the Sun, the Moon, and likely the 5 known planets against the backdrop of the zodiac. It could predict lunar phases, track the cycles of Greek athletic games like the Olympics, and most remarkably, forecast solar and lunar eclipses with stunning accuracy. This was not just a calendar, it was a dynamic, portable computer for calculating celestial events. The mystery lies in its profound isolation in time. Nothing remotely as complex as the Antikythera Mechanism appears again in the historical record for over 1,000 years. The next known devices with similar intricate gearing are the astronomical clocks built in medieval Europe during the 14th century. This creates a baffling technological gap. Who possessed the knowledge to design and fabricate such an instrument in the 1st century before the Common Era? The craftsmanship suggests it was not a one-off experiment, but the product of a developed tradition of fine gear making and astronomical observation. Some researchers believe it may have originated in the workshops of Rhodes, a known center for astronomical study, and was perhaps the work of a genius like Hipparchus. Others suggest connections to legendary inventors from the city of Syracuse, but the mechanism itself is silent on its origins, offering no signature, only function. What we hold in this corroded bronze bundle is a radical idea. It forces us to confront the fact that entire schools of advanced technical knowledge could rise, flourish, and then vanish from common awareness, leaving only a single, salvaged relic as proof they ever existed. The Antikythera Mechanism is a direct, physical challenge to the linear narrative of human progress. It whispers that the ancient world may have harbored pockets of mechanical genius so refined that we are only now, with our digital tools, beginning to comprehend their depth. It asks us to wonder what other sophisticated devices, made of perishable wood and metal, were lost to time, leaving no trace for us to find. This first phenomenon sets the tone for everything to come, a humble object from a shipwreck that carries the weight of a forgotten world's intellect. From the intricate clockwork of a sunken computer, we turn to a monument of such staggering scale that it has defined the word pyramid for all of human history. The Great Pyramid of Giza does not whisper its secrets like a delicate mechanism. It shouts them from the desert sands with a silent, geometric roar. Constructed around 2,560 years before the Common Era as a resting place for Pharaoh Khufu, its statistics are so frequently quoted they risk becoming meaningless. But let us truly feel them. This structure is composed of approximately 2,300,000 individual blocks of limestone and granite. The average block weighs 2.5 tons, roughly the mass of a large SUV, with the heaviest granite slabs inside weighing over 80 tons. The base covers 13 acres, and its original height stretched to 481 feet. For over 3,800 years, it was the tallest human-made structure on Earth. The numbers are immense, but the true mystery lies not in the size, but in the precision executed at that scale. The pyramid's 4 sides are aligned to the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, with an error margin of less than 1/15 of a single degree. This is not merely close, it is engineering accuracy that would be impressive today with satellite guidance. The base is a near-perfect square with sides differing in length by just inches. How did ancient builders achieve this directional and geometric perfection across such a vast area? The internal architecture deepens the puzzle. The so-called King's Chamber houses a massive granite sarcophagus, cut from a single block of stone with such precision that the saw marks suggest the use of tools far harder than the copper available at the time. Narrow shafts, often called air shafts, extend from the chamber outward. For decades, their purpose was unknown until astronomer Robert Bovell proposed a stunning correlation. These shafts are not randomly oriented. One pair is aligned with the belt of the constellation Orion, sacred to the god Osiris, while the other targets the star Sirius, associated with the goddess Isis. This suggests the pyramid was not just a tomb, but a machine designed to funnel celestial energy or align the pharaoh's soul with specific stars, embedding profound astronomical knowledge into stone. The prevailing academic explanation for the construction involves a massive, sloping ramp made of earth and rubble, growing with the pyramid, up which workers hauled the blocks on sleds. This theory is logical, but when examined closely, it strains under logistical weight. The ramp needed to build the final third of the pyramid would have been of such immense volume. Its construction would have been nearly as large a project as the pyramid itself. Furthermore, the proposed 20-year timeline mentioned by the ancient Greek historian Herodotus means workers would have had to set one multi-ton block into its exact, precise position every 2 to 3 minutes continuously for daylight hours for 2 decades. This schedule leaves almost no room for error for planning or for the immense quarrying and transport operations happening simultaneously. The logistical coordination required is mind-boggling, a feat of project management that rivals the engineering. This gap between the accepted theory and the sheer practical difficulty of the task is what fuels endless speculation. Could the builders have possessed a now-lost method for softening or even molding stone? Did they understand principles of harmonic vibration or leverage that we have yet to rediscover? Or does the pyramid stand as evidence of a much older, more advanced culture whose knowledge was adopted and executed by the Egyptians? The Great Pyramid refuses to be just an ancient building. It is a permanent question mark, a three-dimensional paradox that challenges our assumptions about the past with every block in its impossible, perfect place. Yet the precision of the pyramids is matched by a different kind of artistry, one painted not with stone but with the very earth itself, on a canvas so vast it can only be comprehended from the heavens. Far to the south, in the stark desert plains of Peru, the Nazca Lines present a mystery of intention rather than engineering. Created by the Nazca culture between 500 years before the Common Era and 500 years after, these are not structures you walk through, but designs you walk upon. By removing the dark, sun-baked surface stones to reveal the lighter-colored soil beneath, ancient artists etched hundreds of figures into the desert floor. There are straight lines that run for miles, perfectly geometric trapezoids and triangles, and immense, graceful drawings of animals and plants, a colossal hummingbird, its wings outstretched, a sprawling monkey with a coiled tail, a spider over 150 feet long, and a condor with a wingspan stretching nearly 400 feet. The scale is breathtaking, but the true puzzle is perspective. From ground level, you see only a shallow groove in the gravel, a path wandering across the dusty plain. The full, magnificent image of the hummingbird or the spider only coalesces when viewed from hundreds of feet in the air. This fact ignites the central, haunting question: why would a people, over 1,000 years before the invention of human flight, create magnificent art they could never hope to see in its completed glory? The most enduring theory suggests a celestial connection. Some researchers note that certain long lines align with the position of the sun during solstices, or point toward sources of water in the distant mountains. Perhaps these lines were ritual pathways walked by priests during ceremonies to invoke life-giving rain for their arid world. The animal figures might represent constellations or clan symbols, their forms meant to be perceived not by human eyes but by the gods in the sky. The act of creating them, the communal effort of moving stones and following precise designs over generations, could have been a form of worship in itself, a giant prayer etched into the landscape. More speculative ideas have, of course, emerged, including the notion that they were signals or landing guides for aerial visitors. While this captures the imagination, it overlooks a simple, profound fact: the Nazca people did have a way to view their work. The surrounding foothills provide natural vantage points, allowing for an elevated, though not directly overhead, perspective. Furthermore, the process of creation itself was a form of seeing. By using simple surveying techniques with stakes and ropes, which archaeologists have successfully replicated, the creators could have laid out these gigantic designs from the ground, knowing the final form without ever physically rising above it. This makes the lines not a message for outsiders, but perhaps a sacred offering, a permanent fusion of art, astronomy, and geography, meant to bind the community to the forces that sustained it. Their endurance is another layer of the mystery. The Nazca Desert is one of the driest places on Earth, with minimal wind and rainfall. This unique climate has acted as a perfect preservative, freezing these delicate drawings in time for over a millennium. The very environment that made life a struggle for the Nazca people became the protector of their legacy. They left no written explanation, only these immense signatures in the sand. So, while we may never know their exact ritual purpose, the lines stand as a testament to a different way of seeing the world. They represent a culture that thought on a monumental scale, that mapped its beliefs onto the land itself, creating a sacred text so large it could only be read by the sky, the sun, and the passing centuries. Scattered across the jungle floor of Costa Rica, they look like a giant's forgotten game of marbles. The stone spheres of the Diquis Delta are precisely that, a collection of hundreds of nearly perfect stone balls, some small enough to hold in your hand, others colossal, standing over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 15 tons. Discovered in the 1930s during agricultural clearing, they presented an immediate and tactile mystery. These are not naturally formed river stones, but deliberately carved artifacts, shaped from a single, stubborn block of gabbro, a hard, granular igneous rock. Achieving a perfect sphere from such material with primitive stone tools is a feat of immense patience and skill. The mystery is not just in their existence, but in their eerie perfection. Studies have shown that many of the larger spheres are so precisely round that their diameter varies by less than a centimeter from any point of measurement. How did the Diquis culture, which thrived from around 800 to 1500 after the Common Era, accomplish this? The leading theory suggests a process of meticulous pecking and grinding. Craftsmen would have first rough-shaped a boulder by heating it and then cooling it rapidly to fracture the surface, before painstakingly grinding it down with other stones, perhaps using sand as an abrasive, constantly checking for symmetry. The amount of sustained, cooperative labor this would require for just one of the giant spheres is staggering, hinting at a highly organized society with specialized artisans. But the greater puzzle lies in their purpose. Why invest such incredible effort into creating objects that, at first glance, seem to have no practical function? When first studied, many of the spheres were found arranged in groups, forming lines, triangles, or parabolas. This led to the compelling idea that they were astronomical markers, their alignments pointing to celestial events like solstice sunrises or significant star positions. They could have been a physical calendar, anchoring the community to the cycles of the heavens. Others propose they were symbols of power and status, placed near the homes of chiefs or along pathways to important ceremonial sites, their size and perfection broadcasting the authority and cosmic connection of the leader. Some even see them as representations of celestial bodies themselves, a map of the cosmos laid out on the earth. Tragically, the full answer may be lost forever. When the spheres were rediscovered in the modern era, their context was not understood or preserved. Hundreds were dynamited by treasure hunters hoping to find gold inside, or simply rolled away by farmers clearing land. Many were taken as garden ornaments for wealthy estates or public buildings, completely removed from their original placements. This displacement erased the archaeological record. We have the beautiful, enigmatic objects, but we have lost the pattern they formed, the silent language of their arrangement that could have told us their story. Today, they sit as isolated monuments of geometry. Their perfect curves a silent testament to a culture that valued precision, cosmology, and communal effort, leaving behind a question as smooth and complete as the stones themselves. While the stone spheres of Costa Rica present a puzzle of perfect form and forgotten function, another mystery challenges us not with geometry, but with language itself, locked inside a book that refuses to be read. The Voynich Manuscript is perhaps the most stubborn literary enigma ever discovered. This illustrated codex, named after the Polish book dealer Wilfrid Voynich, who acquired it in 1912, is a small, unassuming volume of about 240 vellum pages. Yet, since it first came to scholarly attention in the 17th century, its contents have resisted every attempt at understanding. The manuscript is written from left to right in an elegant, flowing script that uses between 20 and 30 distinct characters, arranged into what appear to be words and sentences. But this script corresponds to no known alphabet, and the language it represents has defied identification for centuries. Professional cryptographers, including teams from both world wars who broke complex military codes, have applied their full arsenal of techniques to it, from frequency analysis to pattern recognition. They have all failed. The text shows a statistical structure consistent with a real, natural language, with word lengths and character repetitions that follow logical rules, yet it remains utterly impenetrable. This is not a simple substitution cipher where one letter stands for another. It is something far more complex, or perhaps something entirely unique. The mystery deepens with the book's bizarre and beautiful illustrations, which are divided into distinct sections. One portion is filled with elaborate, full-page drawings of strange plants, lush and detailed but botanically impossible. They have roots, stems, leaves, and flowers, yet they do not match any known species on Earth. They seem to be fantastical hybrids, products of an imagination unbound by natural law. Another section contains intricate astronomical and astrological diagrams, with circular charts featuring suns, moons, stars, and zodiac-like symbols arranged in unfamiliar patterns. Perhaps the most curious section is filled with illustrations of small, nude female figures, often depicted bathing in or interacting with a system of interconnected tubes and vessels filled with a strange green or blue liquid. These scenes have been variously interpreted as biological diagrams, allegorical representations of the human body, or illustrations of alchemical processes. The overall impression is of a scientific or philosophical treatise from an alternate reality, a comprehensive guide to a world we cannot access. Theories about its origin and purpose are as varied as they are contentious. Some scholars have argued it is an elaborate, centuries-old hoax crafted to deceive a wealthy patron. The idea is that an ingenious forger created a meaningless but statistically convincing text alongside captivating images to sell a fake book of secrets. However, the sheer consistency and complexity of the manuscript, coupled with the cost of the vellum and the time required for such an endeavor, make a purposeless hoax seem less likely. More compelling is the idea that it is written in a constructed language or a highly personal cipher, perhaps encoding the herbal or alchemical knowledge of a medieval scholar who wished to keep his work secret from rivals or the church. Recent carbon dating has placed the vellum between 1404 and 1438, confirming its medieval origin. Some linguistic analyzers have tentatively suggested a link to Near Eastern or Asian language families, but nothing conclusive has emerged. The manuscript simply sits in the Voynich Rare Book Library at Yale University, a silent, beautiful, and profoundly frustrating artifact. It is a locked door to a room we desperately want to enter, a conversation in a language we strain to hear but cannot understand, reminding us that some of history's most captivating secrets are written not in stone but in ink. Their silent gaze is fixed not on the sky but on the land, a line of colossal stone sentinels watching over a lonely, windswept island in the vastness of the Pacific. The Moai of Easter Island, known to its people as Rapa Nui, are among the world's most recognizable ancient icons, yet this familiarity masks a profound and unsettling mystery. These are not merely heads, they are full-bodied statues, most buried up to their necks in centuries of accumulated soil and sediment. To stand before one that has been fully excavated is to feel a shift in scale, a humbling confrontation with a figure that can tower over 30 feet tall and weigh more than 80 tons, as heavy as a fully loaded semi-truck. And they are not alone. Nearly 1,000 of these giants were carved by a Polynesian society that arrived on this remote speck of land, the most isolated inhabited place on Earth, around 1200 after the Common Era. The central question is as massive as the statues themselves. How did a population that likely never exceeded 15,000 people, with no metal tools, no wheels, and no large animals for labor, achieve this staggering feat of sculpture and logistics? The process began at the volcanic quarry of Rono-Roroku, the island's sacred workshop. Here, master carvers used hand-held basalt picks called toki to chip away at the soft volcanic tuff of the crater's slopes. They worked the stone in place, carving the majestic faces, elongated ears, and detailed torsos directly from the bedrock, leaving only a narrow spine of rock attached at the back. Once the form was complete, that spine was severed, and the statue was carefully lowered down the quarry's steep face using a system of ropes and levered log cribs. This in itself was a perilous engineering challenge, but the greater puzzle begins once the Moai left the quarry. How did the islanders transport these multi-ton figures across miles of rugged, undulating terrain to their permanent coastal platforms, called ahu? For decades, the dominant theory involved a slow, grinding process of dragging the statues on wooden sledges or rollers made from the island's once plentiful palm trees. This method, while plausible, would have required immense amounts of timber and a huge labor force, pulling in unison over rough ground. Then, a compelling alternative emerged, the walking theory. Proposed by archaeologists Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo, and later demonstrated in experiments with a concrete replica, this idea suggests the islanders used a clever system of ropes and coordinated teams to rock the statues from side to side, literally making them walk upright across the landscape. This method would have required far fewer people and less timber, relying on rhythm and physics rather than brute force. The debate between these theories is not just academic, it speaks to the ingenuity of the Rapa Nui people. Whether they dragged or walked their ancestors across the island, the accomplishment remains awe-inspiring. The purpose of the Moai is widely understood as a form of ancestral worship. Each statue or Moai represented a deified ancestor, believed to hold spiritual power called mana. Erected on the coastal ahu with their backs to the sea, they were positioned to watch over the living community, their gaze channeling protective mana inward toward the villages and gardens. Some were even topped with large cylindrical hats or pukao, made of red scoria stone from a different quarry, adding another layer of logistical complexity. Yet the story of the Moai is inextricably linked to a darker, more cautionary narrative, that of the island's ecological and societal transformation. As the statue-building culture reached its peak, the island's fragile ecosystem was pushed to its limit. Evidence suggests the once lush palm forests were cleared for agriculture, for rollers and sledges, and for canoes. Without trees, the soil eroded, bird populations vanished, and the ability to build fishing boats disappeared. The society that built giants began to fracture. Clan warfare erupted, and in a powerful symbolic act, the Moai were systematically toppled, breaking at the necks as they fell. The ancestral protectors were cast down, their mana shattered. This complex history moves beyond a simple tale of a people foolishly destroying their own environment. It is a story of a remarkable culture that directed its immense collective energy and spiritual belief into a monumental project, only to be confronted by the hard limits of their isolated world. The Moai stand today, some re-erected, many still fallen, as silent witnesses to both breathtaking human achievement and a profound, enduring lesson about balance. They ask us what we choose to build and what we are willing to sacrifice in the process. A simple clay jar, unremarkable at first glance, holds a secret that sparks across centuries. Discovered in 1936 near Baghdad, in a village once part of ancient Mesopotamia, this artifact, now known as the Baghdad Battery, consists of a terracotta pot roughly 13 centimeters tall. Inside, a carefully rolled copper sheet forms a cylinder housing a single iron rod. The top was sealed with an asphalt plug, which also insulated the two metals from touching each other. Dated to the Parthian period, between 250 years before the Common Era and 225 after, its construction is undeniably deliberate. The arrangement is uncannily familiar to any modern student of science. When a curator at the National Museum of Iraq first suggested it resembled an electric cell, the idea seemed to leap from the pages of a science fiction novel. Yet the basic chemistry supports the possibility. If this jar were filled with an acidic electrolyte, something as common as vinegar or fermented grape juice, a chemical reaction would occur. The acidic solution would interact with the two dissimilar metals, the copper and the iron, causing electrons to flow from one to the other through the electrolyte. This creates a potential difference of voltage. By attaching wires to the two metal parts, one could theoretically draw a small, continuous electric current. Experiments with replicas have confirmed this, generating around 1 volt of electricity, a gentle but measurable trickle of power. This single fact ignites a cascade of questions. Was this an ancient battery? And if it was, what in the world did they use it for? The absence of any accompanying wires or obvious electrical devices in the archaeological record is the great silence at the heart of this mystery. Without a complete circuit, the object is functionally inert, a puzzle missing its key pieces. This has led to a fascinating spectrum of theories about its purpose. One compelling idea involves electroplating, the process of using electricity to coat one metal with a thin layer of another, like putting a layer of gold over silver. Small, gilded artifacts from the same era and region have been found, and while traditional fire gilding methods were known, some researchers wonder if a series of these cells, connected together to increase voltage, could have provided a crude but effective electroplating bath. The effect would have been mystical, seemingly transforming one material into another right before their eyes. Another theory points toward the realm of medicine and therapy. Ancient texts from various cultures describe the use of electric fish, like the Nile catfish or the torpedo ray, to numb pain or treat ailments. The slight, tingling shock from a fish was believed to have curative properties. Could a device that produced a similar, controllable sensation have been used by healers or priests? A gentle current applied to the skin might have been interpreted as a divine or magical force, a tangible manifestation of spiritual power used in ceremonial practices. This leads to the third and perhaps most intriguing possibility, that the jar was a tool for religious or sensory experience. In a dim temple, the subtle, mysterious power to create a tingle or a faint spark from a seemingly inert pot of clay and metal would have been a profound demonstration. It could have been used to create a sense of awe, to make a statue seem to come alive, or to provide a physical sensation during rituals, bridging the gap between the material and the spiritual worlds. The true function may never be known for certain. Skeptics argue it was simply a storage jar for sacred scrolls, with the iron rod acting as a core for rolled parchment and the asphalt as a protective seal. Yet the meticulous insulation of the two metals argues against a purely passive storage role. The Baghdad Battery, therefore, stands as a powerful symbol of a different kind of mystery. It is not a monument of impossible scale, but a humble, intimate object that suggests a fleeting grasp of a natural force we consider modern. It forces us to consider that discovery is not always linear. A culture might stumble upon a principle like electricity, use it for a specific, perhaps ritualistic purpose within their own framework of understanding, and then that knowledge, not deemed essential for survival or not passed down effectively, could fade away, leaving only a cryptic artifact as a clue. It is a reminder that our ancestors were not just builders of stones, but also curious experimenters, whose occasional flashes of insight into the workings of the world still have the power to surprise and illuminate us. The quiet hum of a possible ancient battery gives way to the silent, geometric scream of stones that seem to defy the very era they were carved in. High on the Bolivian Altiplano, near the shores of Lake Titicaca, lies the archaeological complex of Tiwanaku. And within it rests Puma Punku, a site that does not just challenge history but seems to argue with it. Here you do not find towering pyramids or monolithic statues. Instead, the ground is littered with what looks like the scattered components of a colossal, divine machine. The building blocks of Puma Punku are made from andesite, an extremely hard volcanic stone, and red sandstone. It is not their material that baffles visitors, but their form. These are not rough-hewn blocks. They are precision-cut architectural pieces, some weighing over 100 tons, that look like they were manufactured in a modern factory rather than carved by hand thousands of years ago. The surfaces are flawlessly flat, meeting at crisp, perfect 90-degree angles. Many stones feature intricate, recessed geometric patterns, notches, and channels cut with a uniformity that suggests the use of templates. Most astonishing are the H-shaped blocks, which interlock with each other like giant, immovable puzzle pieces. These connectors have precisely cut grooves and tabs that would have allowed the entire structure to hold together without mortar, resisting the immense seismic activity of the region through flexibility and engineering, not just mass. The detail is microscopic in its perfection. Drill holes are found in many stones, perfectly cylindrical and of consistent diameter, as if made by a powered drill bit. The edges of cuts are sharp and clean, showing no signs of the chipping or irregularity expected from pounding with stone hammers. This level of precision is what ignites the fierce debate. The mainstream archaeological view places Puma Punku within the Tiwanaku culture, which flourished between 500 and 1000 after the Common Era. Experts propose that with immense patience using stone hammers, bronze tools, and abrasive sand, teams of highly skilled artisans could have achieved this work over generations. They point to the cultural sophistication of Tiwanaku, its advanced understanding of astronomy and agriculture, as evidence of a society capable of such a project. The precision, they argue, is a testament to their extraordinary skill and dedication, not to unknown technology. Yet for many who stand before these stones, that explanation feels incomplete. The counter-argument is not about aliens, but about apparent anachronism. The craftsmanship at Puma Punku exhibits characteristics we associate with modern machining, like milling, boring, and surface planning. The consistency of the cuts, the flawless flatness measured across several feet, and the complex interlocking joints suggest a knowledge of advanced geometry and a method for executing it with machine-like repeatability. This has led to speculation about the possibility of lost tools or techniques. Could the builders have possessed a method for softening stone, perhaps using a plant-based chemical agent that allowed them to shape it like clay? Or does Puma Punku represent the work of a much older, now vanished civilization, whose refined knowledge was partially adopted and replicated by the later Tiwanaku people? This idea is fueled by local mythology, which speaks of the site being constructed in a single night by giants, or by a god-like figure from across the sea. The stones themselves, now tumbled and scattered by time and possibly a cataclysmic event, lie in a chaotic jumble, as if a gargantuan, meticulously crafted model kit was dropped from a great height. This disarray adds another layer of mystery, obscuring the original, majestic form of the structure. Walking through Puma Punku is less like visiting a ruin and more like examining the forensic evidence of a technological event. Each perfectly smooth surface, each precise right angle, is a data point in an unsolved equation. It forces a humbling question. Is our current model of pre-Columbian technology complete, or are we looking at the fading fingerprints of a forgotten school of engineering, one that achieved perfection through a path we have yet to rediscover? The stones offer no answer, only their silent, impeccable geometry. Deep beneath the rolling hills of Zhejiang province in China, an entire hidden world lay forgotten for centuries. The Longyou Caves were not revealed by archaeologists, but by curious villagers in 1992, who, after pumping out a small, water-filled pond, discovered it was not a pond at all, but the entrance to a colossal hand-carved cavern. What they found would ignite one of the most immense and silent mysteries of the ancient world. Not one, but 24 of these caverns were eventually uncovered, a vast subterranean complex covering over 30,000 square meters, an area larger than 45 football fields. Each cave is a monumental room carved from solid, brittle siltstone, with soaring ceilings supported by massive, evenly spaced pillars of untouched rock. The walls, ceilings, and pillars are all covered in a stunning, uniform pattern of parallel chisel marks, each groove angled at a consistent 60 degrees, creating a wave-like artistic texture across every surface. This is not the rough, utilitarian work of a mine or quarry. This is deliberate, rhythmic artistry executed on an almost inconceivable scale. The sheer volume of stone removed is staggering, estimated at nearly 1 million cubic meters. To put that in perspective, it is like carving out a mountain and meticulously decorating every single inch of the interior. And yet, for all this effort, history is utterly silent. No scroll, no stele, no local legend, no imperial record from any Chinese dynasty makes a single mention of their construction. It is as if 1,000 workers toiled for generations and then collectively agreed to never speak of it, leaving no trace in the written memory of the civilization. The silence is as profound as the caves themselves. Who could have commissioned such a project, and why? The most logical theory suggests they were simply ancient quarries providing stone for building projects. But this explanation quickly crumbles under scrutiny. First, the stone itself, siltstone, is a poor quality building material prone to weathering and cracking. It would not have been a prized resource. Second, and more baffling, is the complete absence of debris. In a quarry operation of this magnitude, you would expect to find millions of tons of rubble, chips, and discarded stone piled high outside the entrances or in nearby valleys. At Longyou, there is none, not a single chip. It is as if every ounce of excavated rock simply vanished. Furthermore, the careful, artistic patterning serves no practical purpose for a quarry. Why would workers spend extra effort to beautify the walls of a hole they were digging only to discard the stone? Other theories propose they were secret imperial tombs or hidden storage facilities, but no artifacts, no inscriptions, and no remains have ever been found within them. The design is starkly empty, a pure exercise in space and pattern. Some researchers look to the possible acoustic and ceremonial properties of the chambers, noting how sound behaves in the specific shapes, or how the consistent chisel marks might reflect flickering torchlight in mesmerizing ways. Could this have been a sacred space designed for ritual, where the very act of creation, the removal of stone to create a negative space, was the point? The parallel markings might then be a signature of devotion, a visual chant carved into the earth. The engineering knowledge required is another layer of the puzzle. The builders understood how to distribute stress, creating pillars and arches in just the right places to prevent collapse over millennia in this soft stone. They worked with a master plan as adjacent caves maintain consistent wall thickness, suggesting they knew exactly where their neighbors were to avoid breaking through. This was a coordinated, sophisticated underground project. Standing in the damp, echoing silence of one of these caves, you are surrounded by the work of countless unknown hands. The rhythmic marks are their only voice, a language of tool strokes that speaks of immense coordinated labor, astonishing artistic intention, and a purpose so complete that it required no other explanation for those who built it. The Longyou Caves are a monument to a forgotten why, a colossal question mark carved not into the landscape but deep inside it, waiting in the dark for an answer that may never come. The silence of an unrecorded cave system finds a strange echo in the barren hills of southeastern Turkey, where another discovery rewrote human history from the ground up. Göbekli Tepe is not merely an ancient site, it is a temporal anomaly. Carbon dating firmly places its construction around 9,600 years before the Common Era. To grasp that timeline, consider this: it was built over 6,000 years before Stonehenge, and a staggering 7,000 years before the Great Pyramids of Giza. This was a time so deep in our past that humanity had not yet invented pottery, metal tools, or the wheel. According to everything we thought we knew, people at this point were small, nomadic bands of hunter-gatherers, living hand-to-mouth, their lives consumed by the daily struggle for survival. They were not supposed to be building cathedrals, and yet that is exactly what Göbekli Tepe appears to be. The site consists of multiple circular enclosures, each defined by a ring of massive, T-shaped limestone pillars. These monoliths, some standing over 16 feet tall and weighing more than 10 tons, were quarried from a nearby ridge, shaped and transported to the hilltop. But the true wonder is their artistry. The pillars are not blank. They are masterfully carved with a menagerie of ancient animals, rendered in high relief with stunning detail. Here a snarling fox, there a charging boar, a slithering snake, a graceful crane, and a prowling lion. This is not casual graffiti. This is a concentrated, symbolic program, a Stone Age bestiary frozen in time. The central mystery of Göbekli Tepe is not how they built it, though the logistics of moving multi-ton stones without domesticated animals or wheels is a puzzle in itself. The profound question is why, for over a century, a foundational theory of human development held that necessity drove innovation. The story went like this. The invention of agriculture created a food surplus. This surplus allowed people to settle in permanent villages. With settled life came specialization, hierarchy, and complex social organization, which then enabled the construction of monumental architecture for religious or political purposes. Göbekli Tepe turns this sequence completely on its head. Here we have monumental architecture of staggering sophistication, built by people who, based on all evidence, were still hunter-gatherers. There are no signs of permanent domestic dwellings at the site, no evidence of cultivated grains or domesticated animals from that earliest phase. It was not a town or a city. It seems to have been purely a ceremonial center, a sacred gathering place. This forces a revolutionary idea. What if it was not agriculture that led to complex society, but the other way around? What if the human drive to come together for a shared spiritual purpose, to build something larger than themselves, created the need for organization, coordination, and sustained effort? That very cooperation may have then spurred the innovations that led to settled farming. The belief system that compelled thousands of people to return to this spot over generations, to haul and carve these stones, must have been incredibly powerful. The animal carvings are likely not mere decoration, but a complex symbolic language, perhaps representing clan totems, spiritual guides, or elements of a creation mythology. The T-shaped pillars themselves, some researchers suggest, may be stylized human forms, abstract ancestors or deities watching over the rituals performed within the circles. How was such a project organized without kings, bureaucracies, or a settled population? The answer may lie in a different kind of social model. Seasonal gatherings of disparate hunter-gatherer groups, drawn from across the region for shared rituals, could have provided the necessary labor pool. A compelling religious idea, shared across a wide cultural network, could have motivated people to contribute their time and effort during periods when food was plentiful, coming together to build their testament in stone before dispersing again. Göbekli Tepe was not meant to last forever. After over 1,000 years of use, each stone circle was deliberately and carefully buried, filled with thousands of tons of soil and rubble, preserving it perfectly for modern archaeologists to find. This act of intentional burial is perhaps the final, greatest mystery. Were they entombing their old gods, closing a chapter in their spiritual history, or ritually sealing a sacred space to keep its power contained? The site stands as a silent challenge, proving that the human impulse to create meaning, to build monuments to the unseen, is far older and more fundamental than we ever dreamed. It suggests that society, in its most complex form, may have begun not with a granary but with a temple. These ancient stones speak not of giants or gods, but of a profound and tactile intimacy with the very bones of the earth. High above the former Inca capital of Cusco, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman presents a paradox of power and grace. Its signature walls, built in a massive zigzag pattern that some say represents the teeth of a puma, are assembled from blocks of limestone so enormous they seem to defy gravity. The largest stones stand over 28 feet tall and are estimated to weigh more than 120 tons, comparable to a small blue whale. Yet it is not their size that leaves visitors speechless, but their impossible fit. These are not uniform bricks. Each block is a unique, irregular polygon, with anywhere from 6 to 12 sides, curved edges, and complex angles. And yet, each one is locked to its neighbors with a seam so flawless that the joints are virtually invisible. The classic and utterly true test is that you cannot slide a single piece of paper, let alone a razor blade, between them. This was achieved without a single drop of mortar. The walls rely entirely on the precision of their cut and the genius of their design to hold together, having withstood centuries of devastating earthquakes that have toppled later Spanish colonial buildings in the valley below. The How of Sacsayhuaman is a three-part mystery that begins in the quarry. How did workers, using only stone hammers and bronze tools, extract these behemoths from the bedrock? The leading theory involves a process of thermal shock. They would light fires along a desired fracture line, heating the stone, and then rapidly cool it with water or vinegar, causing it to crack along a controlled plane. Once a block was freed, the second challenge was transport. Without the wheel or large draft animals, the Incas are believed to have used a system of earthen ramps, log rollers, and sheer human force, with hundreds of men pulling on thick ropes made from llama hide to inch the stones along. The final and most perplexing stage is the fitting. How did they achieve such perfect, custom joints between such massive, irregular pieces? The mainstream view is one of astonishing patience and skill. Stonemasons would have shaped a block in place, constantly fitting it against its neighbor, using a method called cut and try. They might use a smaller, master stone as a template, or employ a technique of marking contact points with a colored clay to see where high spots needed to be ground down. This grinding would have been done with sand, water, and harder stone tools, a process that could take months for a single block. This explanation honors the Incas' legendary craftsmanship, but for some, it feels incomplete when confronted with the sheer scale and perfection of the result. The stones do not merely sit on each other, they weave together, with inside corners that are perfectly concave to match a convex neighbor, creating a three-dimensional puzzle of immense weight. This has fueled speculation about a lost technique. Local legend speaks of a plant whose juice could soften stone, allowing it to be molded like clay before it hardened again. While no such plant has been scientifically verified, the idea points to a deeper question. Did the Inca, or a predecessor culture they learned from, possess a form of applied geopolymer knowledge, a way to chemically alter the surface of the stone to make it malleable for fitting? Whether through supernatural patience or forgotten science, the result is a wall that is more than a barrier. It is a testament to a worldview that sought harmony with the natural world, shaping colossal stones to fit together as seamlessly as the mountains from which they came. This was architecture as an act of reverence, binding the landscape itself into the empire's enduring heart. Beneath the clear, blue waves off Japan's westernmost island, the ocean floor holds a secret that blurs the line between geology and history. The Yonaguni Monument emerges from the seabed like a sunken citadel, a colossal rock formation with terraces, straight walls, and sharp, 90-degree angles that seem to defy the random artistry of nature. Discovered in the 1980s by a diver exploring the area, its appearance is startlingly architectural. The main structure, about 150 feet long and 90 feet wide, rises nearly 80 feet from the ocean floor. Its most striking feature is a massive, flat terrace that looks like a wide platform or plaza, bordered by what appear to be steps, each roughly 3 feet high, leading to a higher level. The surfaces are remarkably flat, and the corners are crisp, forming shapes that our minds instantly recognize as pillars, gates, and even a triangular entrance. Most compelling are the parallel grooves and circular depressions found on some surfaces, which some researchers interpret as tool marks or symbolic carvings, potentially depicting animals or faces. The central, heated debate is simple yet profound. Is this a miraculously preserved example of natural geology, or the submerged ruins of a civilization lost to rising seas? Geologists who argue for a natural origin point to the area's unique bedrock, a sedimentary rock called sandstone that fractures along straight planes due to tectonic stresses. They explain that strong underwater currents over thousands of years can erode these fractures, creating flat surfaces and sharp edges that can mimic human construction. The steps, they say, could be the result of layers of harder rock eroding more slowly than softer layers, a common phenomenon known as sheet jointing. In this view, Yonaguni is a magnificent but entirely natural sculptural garden carved by the persistent hand of the ocean. Yet for those who see the hand of ancient builders, the natural explanation does not fully satisfy. They point to the sheer accumulation of seemingly artificial features in one place. While nature can create a single straight edge or a flat surface, the combination of multiple right angles, parallel channels, symmetrical staircases, and what looks like a carved pathway circling the structure feels improbably coordinated. The most famous proponent of the man-made theory, Professor Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus, has spent decades studying the site. He identifies specific features that he believes are not natural, including two closely spaced pillar-like rocks that appear to be a ceremonial gate, and a stone column that seems to have been placed, not broken, atop the main platform. The most tantalizing clue is time itself. If the structure is man-made, when was it built? Sea level studies show that this area would have been above water during the last ice age, between 10,000 and 12,000 years ago, a time when conventional archaeology tells us humans were hunter-gatherers, not builders of stone complexes. This timeline places Yonaguni in the same enigmatic epoch as Göbekli Tepe, suggesting a possible parallel thread of early monumental construction that was later swallowed by the rising oceans. This possibility speaks to a haunting narrative found in cultures across the Pacific, stories of great lands that sank beneath the waves. Could Yonaguni be a physical anchor for these myths, a silent, stony proof of a forgotten chapter in human prehistory? The debate may never be settled definitively, as erosion and coral growth continue to reshape the monument, but its power lies in that very ambiguity. It forces us to look at a familiar landscape, the rocky seabed, and question our assumptions. It invites us to wonder how much of our past might be hidden not in deserts or jungles, but in the silent, weightless galleries of the deep, waiting for a curious diver to swim by and ask a simple, world-altering question. Among the sunken stones and ancient temples, some mysteries are held in the palm of your hand. The crystal skulls are artifacts of intimate scale but immense fascination, life-sized carvings from a single block of clear or milky quartz that seem to capture light and shadow within their polished forms. The most famous of these is the Mitchell Hedges skull, named for the adventurer who claimed his daughter discovered it in a Mayan ruin in Belize during the 1920s. With its detachable jaw and eerily lifelike detail, it became the archetype of the legend, said to possess mystical powers of healing, prophecy, or communication. For decades, these skulls were presented as enigmatic relics of lost Mesoamerican cultures, perhaps used by high priests in sacred rituals, their flawless surfaces channeling otherworldly energy. The Romantic narrative was powerful, suggesting a technology of spiritual focus lost to time. However, the modern chapter of this story is one of scientific scrutiny unraveling myth. In the late 20th century, detailed analysis using advanced microscopy and other forensic techniques was conducted on the most prominent skulls, including those held by the British Museum and the Smithsonian Institution. The findings were definitive. The microscopic marks left by the carving tools were consistent with modern, rotary-powered lapidary equipment, not ancient hand tools. These grooves, invisible to the naked eye, told a clear tale of 19th or early 20th century manufacture. Furthermore, no such skull has ever been documented in a legitimate, professionally excavated archaeological context in the Americas. The evidence points overwhelmingly to a fascinating origin in the workshops of Europe, particularly in Germany's Idar-Oberstein region, a renowned center for gem carving in the 1800s. They were likely created to feed a booming Victorian appetite for the exotic and the occult, sold as curios to collectors fascinated by tales of ancient Atlantis or mystical civilizations. This seems to solve the mystery, yet a sliver of genuine intrigue remains, not about their age but about their making. Even if crafted in the 19th century, the technical challenge is still profound. Quartz crystal ranks a 7 on the Mohs hardness scale, just below diamond. Carving something so hard, especially into a complex, hollowed form with a separate, perfectly fitting jaw without causing fractures or cloudiness, is a masterful feat of lapidary art. The craftsmen of Idar-Oberstein were undoubtedly skilled, using diamond-tipped tools and abrasives like diamond dust, but the process would have been agonizingly slow, requiring perhaps a year or more of meticulous work for a single skull. This lingering technical admiration shifts the question from who made them and when, to precisely how such perfection was achieved with the tools of that era. The true mystery of the crystal skulls, then, is not one of ancient prophets but of human artistry and our enduring desire to believe. They stand as beautiful, brilliant frauds that tell a real story about the era that created them, an age captivated by exploration, spiritualism, and the allure of a past that seemed more mysterious and powerful than the industrial present. They remind us that sometimes the most compelling enigma is not about the artifact itself, but about the powerful longings it reflects in those who hold it. Rows of silent grey sentinels march across the Breton landscape, a vast army petrified in stone. The Carnac Alignments in northwestern France are a spectacle of pure, enigmatic geometry. Over 3,000 prehistoric standing stones, known as menhirs, are arranged in 3 major groups, with the most famous lines at Meineck containing nearly 1,100 stones alone. They stretch for miles, laid out in eerily straight, parallel rows that seem to converge in the distance, like a colossal drafting table abandoned by giants. These are not the towering, iconic monoliths of Stonehenge, but a collective statement, a work of art whose impact comes from repetition and scale, from the sheer will required to orchestrate such a project. The stones themselves vary in size, from modest boulders to pillars over 13 feet tall, and they were erected over a vast period, from around 4,500 to 3,300 years before the Common Era, a span of over a millennium. This longevity is the first clue to the mystery. This was not a single generation's project, but a cultural tradition sustained for countless lifetimes, a purpose so important it was woven into the identity of the people for ages. The silence surrounding them is almost as profound as their presence. No burial chambers, no central temples, no hordes of artifacts lie among the rows to give a straightforward answer. So why are they here? The most persistent theory looks to the sky. Many of the alignments are oriented on an axis pointing roughly northeast to southwest, and researchers have noted potential correlations with the rising and setting of the sun and moon at key points in their cycles. Could these rows have functioned as a colossal astronomical calendar, a stone computer for predicting solstices, equinoxes, or even more complex lunar events? Walking the lines at dawn on a significant day might have revealed a play of light and shadow, a beam of sunlight sliding down a specific row to illuminate a marker stone. This would have transformed the landscape into a sacred clock, linking the community's rituals directly to the cosmos. Another compelling idea views them as a pathway for ceremonial processions. The long, straight avenues could have guided participants on a spiritual journey, perhaps from the realm of the living toward a sacred space associated with the ancestors, with the stones themselves representing a gathered crowd of witnesses or protective spirits. The physical act of walking the alignments surrounded by these timeless forms would have been a powerful sensory and communal experience, reinforcing social bonds and shared beliefs. Yet another interpretation is more pragmatic. The alignments may have served as territorial markers, a visible, undeniable declaration of a clan's land and power. Erecting even one of these stones requires coordinated effort, planning, and resources. To erect thousands is a statement of immense social cohesion and control over both labor and landscape. It says, "We are here, we are organized, and this place is ours." This theory does not exclude a spiritual dimension, it merges with it. Claiming the land was likely a sacred act, and the stones themselves may have been believed to hold the spirit of the place or the blessing of the ancestors, making the boundary both physical and mystical. The true purpose may have been a blend of all these functions, an astronomical observatory, a ceremonial highway, and a statement of identity, all woven into one. What makes Carnac uniquely haunting is the complete absence of a guiding story. Unlike the pyramids or Easter Island, where we have some cultural context, the builders of Carnac left no descendants with an oral tradition, no carvings to decipher. Their world vanished, and with it the meaning of their greatest work, The stones were simply left, and over centuries, local folklore arose to explain them. Tales of a Roman legion turned to stone by a wizard, or of saints performing miracles. These later stories are a testament to the human need to explain the inexplicable, to fill the silence with narrative. Today, walking among the alignments, you are not just looking at a monument, you are navigating a field of questions. Each stone is a mute participant in a ritual we can no longer hear, a single note in a symphony whose melody has been lost to the wind. They stand as a breathtaking reminder that a society can pour its greatest collective effort into a project whose ultimate meaning for them was crystal clear, but to us remains just beyond reach, etched in stone and shadow. The story begins not with an archaeological dig, but with a geological expedition. In 1938, a Chinese professor named Kai Pu-te is said to have been exploring the remote Bayan Karaula Mountains near the Tibetan border when he and his team discovered a series of caves. Inside, they reportedly found more than just ancient shelter. The cave floors held rows of neat, stone-covered burial sites, and within them were skeletal remains that were described as unusual, with large skulls and small, slender frames. Scattered nearby were hundreds of stone discs, each roughly 9 inches in diameter, with a hole in the center and a fine, double-grooved spiral inscription running from that hole out to the edge. They looked for all the world like stone phonograph records. This is the foundational legend of the Dropa stones. The tale continues that 2 decades later, in 1962, another researcher named Tarim Mummies allegedly managed to translate the mysterious glyphs. The translation told an astonishing story. It described a spacecraft from a distant star that crash-landed in the mountains 12,000 years ago. The survivors, a people called the Dropa, found themselves stranded on Earth, unable to repair their vessel. They sought refuge in the caves but were met with hostility by the local Ham tribe, leading to conflict and hardship. The discs were their recorded plea, a message to the future about their origins and their tragic fate. This narrative, with its blend of ancient astronauts and a forgotten alien diaspora, became a cornerstone of 20th century fringe archaeology. It seemed to offer physical proof, in the form of the discs and the unusual remains, for theories of extraterrestrial contact in humanity's deep past. The emotional pull of the story is powerful, presenting a poignant saga of isolation and a desperate attempt to communicate across the ages. However, when subjected to the scrutiny of mainstream archaeology and historical research, the entire edifice of the Dropa story begins to crumble. No credible academic institution has ever verified the existence of the discs as described, nor the archaeological expedition itself. The key figures, Kai Pu-te and Tarim Mummies, are untraceable in standard scholarly records. The unusual skeletal remains are often explained by researchers as being consistent with known burial practices in the region, where bodies were sometimes placed in a tightly flexed position that could alter the appearance of the bones after centuries. Most damningly, the discs bear a striking resemblance to a well-known type of Chinese artifact, the Bai disc. These are circular jade objects with a central hole, produced for millennia as ceremonial items, often placed in burials. They sometimes feature carved spirals or other patterns, though not the fine, groove-like inscriptions of the legend. In several documented cases, what were presented as Dropa stones in sensational articles were later identified as common Bai discs from museum collections. The entire episode is widely considered by archaeologists to be a modern myth, a composite story woven from misidentified artifacts, unverified claims, and outright fabrication that first appeared in a German magazine for the paranormal. Yet, the enduring fascination with the Dropa stones is itself a fascinating phenomenon. They represent a specific category of mystery, one where compelling anecdotal accounts directly challenge the established, evidence-based narrative of history. This clash highlights a profound human tendency, the desire to find extraordinary, even cosmic, explanations for unusual discoveries. When faced with an object that feels out of place, like a disk with a spiral groove, the imagination can leap to ancient astronauts faster than it considers a more mundane but historically verified ceremonial object. The Dropa legend endures not because of its evidence, but because of its emotional and narrative power. It speaks to a longing for connection, for a history that is more dramatic and interconnected than the slow, complex crawl of human development. It transforms a simple artifact into a relic of interstellar tragedy. In this way, the stones, whether real or not, serve as a mirror. They reflect our own hopes, our curiosity about the stars, and our deep-seated need for the past to contain wonders that defy our ordinary understanding. The real mystery of the Dropa stones may not be about ancient aliens, but about why we are so irresistibly drawn to stories that place us in a universe far stranger and far more populated than the one we currently know. Carved into the living rock of a Scottish hillside, a different kind of language lies waiting. The Cochno stone is not a towering monolith, but a vast, sloping slab of sandstone, roughly 42 feet long and 26 feet wide. For most of the 20th century, it lay hidden, buried beneath soil and turf by archaeologists to protect it from vandalism. When it was fully revealed again in 2015, the sight was breathtaking. The entire surface is a dense, sprawling canvas of prehistoric art, a chaotic yet deliberate tapestry of over 90 individual motifs. The most common are the cup marks, simple circular depressions carved into the stone. But radiating from many of these cups are concentric rings, sometimes as many as 7 deep, creating the iconic cup and ring mark. Interspersed among them are spirals, some curling inward like dormant whirlpools, others unfurling outward. There are also grooved lines that connect the symbols, forming pathways and grids across the ancient surface. This is not random graffiti. The density, the repetition, and the clear effort required to pack these designs into hard stone with simple tools speak of profound intention. Dating to around 5,000 years ago, the Cochno stone is one of the most extensive and complex examples of Neolithic rock art in all of Europe, and yet, for all its visual power, it is utterly silent. The culture that created it left no translation, no legend, no key to its meaning. We are left staring at a message where we recognize the alphabet but cannot understand a single word. So what were they trying to say? One compelling theory sees the stone as a celestial map. The cup and ring marks, with their central point and expanding circles, could represent stars, planets, or even supernova. The connecting grooves might chart constellations or the paths of celestial bodies across the night sky. For a farming society deeply attuned to the seasons, such a stone could have been a permanent almanac, a way to track time and predict astronomical events crucial for planting and harvest. Another interpretation views it through a spiritual lens. The spirals and concentric circles are common symbols in many ancient cultures, often representing a journey, a portal, or a connection between worlds. The act of carving the symbols, of physically connecting with the rock, might have been a ritual in itself, a way to communicate with ancestors or deities believed to reside within the earth. The stone could have been an altar, a place where ceremonies were performed, with each new generation adding their own marks to a living, sacred text. A more pragmatic idea suggests territorial markers or clan symbols. The complexity and visibility of the design could have signaled ownership of the land or a sacred meeting place. The specific combinations of symbols might have identified a particular family or tribe, a prehistoric coat of arms etched in stone for all to see. Perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that this is a form of primitive writing. The systematic repetition of specific motifs, the way they are combined and connected, hints at a structured symbolic language, It may not record events or names in a linear way, but could encode myths, laws, or genealogies, a non-phonetic script where a spiral means birth, a set of rings means a water source, and a connecting line signifies a journey. Without a cultural Rosetta Stone, a bilingual inscription that links these symbols to a known language, we may never crack the code. The Kochno stone's power lies in this enduring ambiguity. It does not offer the grand spectacle of a pyramid, but the intimate mystery of a whispered conversation caught in stone. To stand before it is to feel the weight of 5,000 years of unanswered questions, to see the careful work of hands that believed they were leaving a clear message for the future, only for that message to become the greatest mystery of all. Far from the carved symbols of ancient land, a different kind of mark was discovered not by archaeologists, but by the cold, precise sensors of modern technology. In the year 2011, a Swedish ocean exploration team was using side-scan sonar to survey the Baltic Sea floor for historic shipwrecks. What appeared on their screens was no sunken vessel. It was a massive, circular object, roughly 60 meters in diameter, resting on the seabed nearly 90 meters below the surface. The sonar image was startlingly clear. The object, now known as the Baltic Sea Anomaly, displayed a distinct geometric shape that seemed utterly alien to the surrounding, gently rolling seabed. Its most striking features were a long, straight tail-like formation stretching behind it, and what appeared to be a set of raised, stair-like structures leading to a circular opening on its top. To many who saw the image, it looked uncannily like the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, a disc-shaped craft that had crash-landed and skidded to a halt on the ocean bottom. The discovery immediately ignited a firestorm of speculation. Was this finally the tangible proof of a visitation from beyond our world? The team reported other bizarre occurrences that deepened the mystery. Their electrical equipment, they claimed, would malfunction whenever they were directly above the object. Cameras and satellite phones would shut down, only to reactivate once they moved away. Some even spoke of a strong electromagnetic field emanating from the site, a detail that felt lifted from a science fiction script. The initial excitement, however, soon met the rigorous demands of scientific explanation. Geologists and marine experts proposed a far more terrestrial, though still fascinating, origin. The Baltic Sea region was heavily shaped by glacial activity during the last ice age. As massive ice sheets advanced and retreated, they could deposit enormous boulders and carve strange formations into the bedrock. The anomaly, they argued, was likely a rare but natural glacial deposit, a collection of moraine rocks that, by pure chance, had settled into a shape that our pattern-seeking brains interpret as artificial. The staircase could be a series of fractured sedimentary layers, and the tail a trail of debris from a glacial slide. This geological hypothesis is the most widely accepted view in the scientific community. Yet, the anomaly's defenders point to its uncanny symmetry and the reported electronic disturbances as details that the glacial theory does not fully address. Other proposals ventured into the realm of more recent history. Could it be a secret World War II anti-submarine device, a forgotten piece of naval hardware now rusting in the deep? The Baltic was a heavily contested theater during the war, littered with mines, sunken ships, and experimental technology. Perhaps the object is a collapsed submarine net barrier or a damaged sonar station, its purpose lost to classified archives. Each expedition to the site has yielded more questions than answers. Limited sampling retrieved what appeared to be basaltic rock, a common volcanic stone, though some analyses suggested the material was unusual. The high cost and technical difficulty of mounting a full-scale archaeological excavation at that depth have kept the anomaly just out of reach. It remains a digital ghost, a high-resolution sonar image that refuses to surrender its secret to surface-level analysis. This is what makes the Baltic Sea Anomaly a distinctly modern enigma. It was not found by a farmer plowing a field or an adventurer in a cave. It was revealed by the very technology we use to map our world, a reminder that our own planet still holds unexplored corners capable of producing profound mysteries. It sits at the intersection of human imagination and geological reality, a shape on a screen that challenges us to wonder if we are looking at a trick of nature, a relic of war, or a chapter from a story we have not yet begun to write. A different kind of mystery is woven into the wooded hills of New England, built not by a lost civilization, but perhaps by visitors we never knew arrived. Scattered across the landscapes of Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Connecticut are hundreds of enigmatic stone structures. They take the form of low, beehive-shaped chambers, carefully stacked cairns, and solitary standing stones peering out from the forest. For generations, many were dismissed as colonial-era root cellars or the field-clearing work of early farmers, practical structures with no deeper story to tell. But a closer look reveals details that do not fit neatly into that simple explanation. Some of these chambers are built with massive lintel stones weighing several tons, featuring corbelled roofs where each layer of stone slightly overlaps the one below, a sophisticated architectural technique. More intriguingly, many are precisely aligned. The entrance of a chamber might frame the rising sun on the winter solstice, or a standing stone could cast a specific shadow across a cairn at the equinox. These are not the haphazard placements of a settler storing potatoes. They are deliberate celestial orientations. This architectural and astronomical precision is what fuels a profound historical controversy. Could some of these structures be evidence of pre-Columbian contact, built by European voyagers who reached the Americas long before Columbus? Proponents of this theory, often called the Celtic or Atlantic School, point to striking similarities between the New England chambers and ancient stone structures found in Ireland, Scotland, and Brittany. The beehive shape, the corbelling, the solstice alignments, they all echo the megalithic traditions of Western Europe, traditions that largely faded centuries before the official age of exploration. Some researchers suggest these could be the work of Celtic monks like Saint Brendan, who legendary tales say sailed across the Atlantic in the 6th century. Others propose even earlier Bronze Age explorers. The structures, in this view, are not colonial cellars but sacred spaces, oratories, or astronomical markers left by visitors who came, built, and perhaps stayed, leaving a subtle but enduring mark on the land. Mainstream archaeology remains deeply skeptical. The prevailing view holds that these are indeed colonial and early American constructions, built by settlers who sometimes utilized ancient European building techniques passed down through folk memory. The alignments, skeptics argue, could be coincidental or represent simple, practical choices for light and drainage. The debate is less about the stones themselves and more about the story we tell. Accepting even a few of these sites as pre-Columbian would force a significant rewrite of the standard historical narrative. It challenges the idea that the Atlantic was an impassable barrier until 1492, suggesting instead a tapestry of sporadic, unrecorded contacts that left behind cryptic stone signatures rather than cities or empires. Walking into one of these chambers on a crisp autumn day, the air inside is cool and still. The only sound is the wind through the trees outside the small entrance. Whether built by a colonial farmer or a wandering Celtic monk, the space feels intentional, separate from the world. It carries a weight of purpose. This is the core of the mystery. It lives in the quiet question of intent. Were these structures purely utilitarian, or did they serve a ritual, calendrical, or spiritual need for their builders? The stones do not say. They simply are, sitting at the heart of a modern conflict between established history and tantalizing possibility, a reminder that the past, even in a well-documented place like New England, might still hold silent, waiting chapters built in enduring stone. A farmer in Peru walked into a museum with a bag full of stones that would ignite a firestorm. The Ica stones, named for the region where they were found, are thousands of river-smoothed andesite rocks, each etched with intricate line drawings. At first glance, they resemble typical ancient art, but the content is anything but. The carvings depict scenes that should be impossible. Humans are shown in clear, direct contact with creatures we recognize as dinosaurs, like Triceratops and Stegosaurus, sometimes fighting them or even riding them as if they were domesticated animals. Other stones illustrate complex medical procedures, including what looks like heart surgery, cesarean sections, and brain transplants, with detailed renderings of the organs and tools involved. Still others show maps of unknown continents, telescopes pointed at celestial bodies, and people using what appear to be advanced technology. These images tell a story of a humanity that lived alongside giants from a lost age and possessed knowledge that seems to leap centuries ahead of its time. The farmer, Basilio Ashuya, claimed he found them in a cave, artifacts of a forgotten, advanced civilization. The narrative was explosive, suggesting a radical rewrite of everything we know about human and natural history. It was a storyteller made for those who believe in lost continents or ancient astronauts, a physical artifact that seemed to confirm their boldest theories. The stones became icons in the world of alternative archaeology, held up as proof that our timeline is deeply flawed. However, the mystery of the Ica stones is not primarily about their age. It is a mystery about belief, deception, and the powerful human desire to find evidence for a more wondrous past. In the 1970s, under pressure from authorities, Basilio Ashuya admitted he had carved the stones himself. He demonstrated his technique using a simple dental drill and claiming he aged the fresh carvings with cow dung to give them a patina of antiquity. He said he created the stories to sell the stones to tourists, inspired by comic books, textbooks, and his own imagination. For mainstream science, this confession closed the case. The Ica stones were a clever, profitable hoax, a modern folk art born from economic need and a fertile imagination. Yet, even with the creator's admission, the story refused to die. Why? The persistence lies in the unsettling detail of the imagery itself. Skeptics argue that a poorly educated farmer could not have produced such anatomically precise drawings of dinosaurs, which match scientific reconstructions only developed in the 20th century. They ask how he could have known the specific bone structures of a stegosaurus or the posture of a pterodactyl. Proponents of the stone's antiquity suggest Ashuya's confession was coerced, or that he was merely a discoverer, not the creator, and confessed to avoid legal trouble for looting genuine artifacts. The debate thus shifts from the objects to the man, and to the limits of a single individual's knowledge and skill. This lingering doubt highlights a deeper cultural phenomenon. The Ica stones, whether ancient or modern, fulfill a profound narrative need. They provide a tangible, seemingly objective counterpoint to the standard evolutionary timeline. They offer a vision of a past where humanity was not a recent arrival, but a contemporary of the planet's most magnificent lost creatures, and where our ancestors were not primitive, but masters of science and technology. This is a powerfully romantic idea, one that challenges the sometimes cold, gradualist narrative of conventional science. In this sense, the real phenomenon is not the stones, but the enduring debate they symbolize. They sit at the exact intersection where hard evidence meets passionate belief, where a confessed hoax is continually re-examined for a grain of truth. They force us to ask where healthy skepticism ends and closed-mindedness begins, and why we are so willing to champion an object that so perfectly mirrors our hidden hopes for history. The stones remain physically real but historically ambiguous, a testament not to ancient astronauts, but to the timeless human capacity for creating stories that are, in their own way, as captivating as any lost world. Its massive wooden covers are said to be bound in donkey skin, and it takes two people to lift it, the Codex Gigas, known more dramatically as the Devil's Bible, is the largest surviving medieval manuscript in the world. Created in the early 13th century within the walls of a Benedictine monastery in Bohemia, this book is a physical behemoth. It stands nearly 3 feet tall, 20 inches wide, and is almost 9 inches thick, containing over 600 pages of vellum made from the skins of an estimated 160 donkeys. Its contents are a comprehensive library in one volume, a testament to medieval scholarship. It includes the complete Latin Vulgate Bible, historical works by Flavius Josephus, medical texts, a calendar of saints, and even magical formulas for exorcism. Yet for all its encyclopedic knowledge, it is defined by a single, startling image. Facing a glorious depiction of the heavenly city is a full-page portrait of the devil himself. He is a monstrous, lonely figure, crouching in a void of blank parchment with claws, 2 horns, and a green face, staring out from the page with an intensity that has captivated viewers for centuries. This stark juxtaposition, the kingdom of heaven facing the prince of darkness, is the heart of its legendary fame. Medieval lore, recorded long after the book's creation, spins a tale of a monk who broke his monastic vows. Condemned to be walled up alive for his transgression, he struck a desperate bargain. He promised to create, in a single night, a book containing all human knowledge, a work that would bring eternal glory to his monastery. As midnight approached and the task proved impossible, he prayed not to God but to the fallen angel Lucifer, offering his soul in exchange for completion. The devil finished the manuscript, and the monk, in gratitude, added the portrait of his infernal helper. This story of a Faustian pact is a compelling myth, but the true mystery of the Codex Gigas is not supernatural, it is human. It lies in the handwriting. A detailed paleographic analysis reveals something astonishing. From the first page to the last, through every text and genre, the script maintains a remarkable consistency in letter forms, spacing, and ink flow. There are no discernible shifts in style, no telltale signs of multiple scribes taking turns over the years. Experts agree with a high degree of certainty that this colossal tome was penned by one person. This fact transforms the book from a mere legend into a monument of almost incomprehensible human endurance. To produce such a work by hand, a single scribe would have needed to labor for an estimated 20 to 30 years, working for hours every single day. Imagine the discipline, the unwavering focus, the physical toll, the constant grinding of ink, the precise cutting of quills, the strain on the eyes in dim candlelight, the ache in the back and hand from countless identical strokes. This was not a rushed pact with darkness, but a lifelong vow of dedication. What could possibly compel such a monumental, solitary effort? Some scholars suggest it was a penance, a self-imposed atonement for a grave sin, where the act of writing itself became a form of prayer and purification. Others see it as an act of supreme devotion, a single monk's offering to his monastery and his faith, creating a summer of knowledge to enlighten future generations. Perhaps it was a project of personal obsession, a drive to create something unparalleled, to leave an indelible mark on the world through the sheer power of written word. The portrait of the devil, then, might be seen in a different light. In medieval theology, the devil was a very real and present force, but depicting him was also a way to confront and define evil, to show the adversary that was overcome by the sacred texts surrounding him. His image served as a warning, a reminder of the stakes of spiritual life, placed deliberately opposite the heavenly city as a choice for the reader. The Codex Gigas, therefore, is a paradox. It is wrapped in a folk tale of infernal speed, but its physical reality speaks of a profound, glacial patience. It carries a terrifying image, yet its purpose was likely one of devotion and learning. It stands as a silent witness to the extremes of human capacity, a reminder that some of history's most awe-inspiring creations were not forged in a single night of magic, but in a lifetime of quiet, relentless, day-by-day dedication. They stand like the discarded vessels of forgotten giants, scattered across a windswept plateau in Laos. The Plain of Jars is exactly that, a haunting landscape where thousands of massive stone jars, carved from single blocks of sandstone and granite, lie in clusters across hundreds of sites. Some are modest, waist-high containers, while others are colossal, standing over 3 meters tall and weighing several tons, as heavy as a small elephant. Their rims are often carefully shaped, and many have matching stone lids nearby, suggesting they were meant to be sealed. Dating back around 2,000 years to the Southeast Asian Iron Age, these jars are the only lasting testament of the culture that made them. No grand cities, no temples, and no written records have been found alongside them. The people who carved and placed these immense vessels left nothing behind but the vessels themselves, turning the entire plain into a silent, open-air museum with no exhibit labels. The central, haunting question is simple. What were they for? The most widely supported theory connects them to burial practices. Archaeologists have discovered human remains, burial goods, and ceramic fragments inside and around some of the jars. This suggests they may have been used for a form of excarnation, where bodies were placed inside to decompose before the bones were collected for a final burial elsewhere. The jars, in this view, were not tombs but transformative containers, stone wombs where the physical body returned to the elements, freeing the spirit. Other theories are more pragmatic. Given their size and number, they could have been used for storing food, such as rice or fermented rice wine, for large seasonal gatherings or trade. Their placement on key plateaus also supports the idea they were rainwater collectors, providing a vital, reliable water source for travelers or for rituals in a region with distinct wet and dry seasons. Each explanation paints a different picture of the society, from spiritually profound to ingeniously practical, yet the mystery is compounded by the logistics. How did this Iron Age culture quarry such enormous stones, shape them into perfect cylinders, and transport them, sometimes for miles, to their final sites without the wheel or draft animals? The likely method involved heating the stone to fracture it, then painstakingly shaping it with iron chisels and hammer stones before moving them, perhaps on log rollers with coordinated teams pulling ropes. The sheer scale of the operation, repeated thousands of times, speaks of a highly organized and motivated society, one that directed its collective energy into this one enigmatic project. Studying the jars today carries a sobering, modern weight. The Xiang Quang Plateau was one of the most heavily bombed regions during the Vietnam War, with millions of unexploded ordnance still littering the landscape. This deadly legacy makes archaeological work perilously slow and dangerous, as teams must work closely with bomb disposal units to clear sites foot by foot. This adds a poignant layer to the mystery, where the search for answers about an ancient, peaceful purpose is conducted in the shadow of a much more recent conflict. Walking among the jars, you are surrounded by a profound quiet. The wind whispers across the grass, and the jars sit in their clusters, some upright, some tilted, all waiting. They do not tell us if they held grain, water, or the sacred remains of ancestors. They simply are, a vast and silent question carved in stone, reminding us that some civilizations choose to express their deepest beliefs and needs not in words or wars, but in the patient, enduring shape of a container, leaving us to wonder what they were meant to hold. Carved into the dark stone of a crypt in the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, a strange and compelling image seems to flicker with anachronistic light. The so-called Dendera light relief shows a large, elongated object, reminiscent of a glass bulb or a giant pear. Inside this bulb, a wavy snake stretches from one end to the other, held in place by a supporting pillar that looks like an insulated cable. Attending this apparatus are two figures, often interpreted as priests, one holding what appears to be a knife, while the other seems to be operating or guarding the device. To a modern eye, conditioned by a world of technology, the resemblance is uncanny. It looks for all the world like an ancient Egyptian depiction of an electric light bulb, complete with a filament and a power source. This visual echo has ignited one of the most persistent debates in alternative archaeology, suggesting the possibility of lost technological knowledge. Could this be a symbolic record of a device that harnessed a form of electricity, a secret of the temple priests? The idea is electrifying, proposing a radical shift in our understanding of ancient Egyptian capability. Proponents point to other curiosities, like the absence of soot in certain deep tomb passages where torches would have choked the air, and ask how such intricate artwork could have been accomplished in total darkness. The dendera bulb, in this view, becomes a tantalizing clue to a practical solution, a piece of forgotten engineering encoded in sacred art. Mainstream Egyptology, however, offers a profoundly different yet equally rich interpretation. Scholars explain that the relief is not a technical diagram, but a deeply symbolic scene from Egyptian mythology. The bulb is not a glass enclosure, but the womb of the sky goddess Nut or a stylized lotus flower, a symbol of creation and rebirth. The snake inside is not a filament but the serpent god Hair, representing eternity and primordial energy, or the deity Nehebkau. The supporting pillar is the Djed pillar, a symbol of stability and the backbone of the god Osiris. The attending figures are not technicians but deities or priests involved in a cosmic ritual. The entire tableau is a visual metaphor for a creation myth, depicting the moment a divine serpent, embodying the spark of life, is born from a celestial flower, bringing light and order into the world. This explanation roots the image firmly in the spiritual and artistic language of the culture that created it. It was not meant to instruct on how to build a lamp, but to illustrate a philosophical and theological concept about the nature of existence. The modern interpretation as a light bulb is a classic case of pareidolia, where we see a familiar pattern in an unfamiliar context, projecting our own technological framework onto an ancient symbolic one. Yet, the fascination endures because it touches on a deeper truth about how knowledge is transmitted. The Egyptians were masters of encoding complex ideas about astronomy, mathematics, and natural philosophy within their art and mythology. The dendera relief does depict a form of energy and illumination, just not the kind that flows through copper wire. It represents the divine spark, the invisible force of creation that animates the universe, which they personified through their gods. In a way, the two interpretations are not entirely opposed. Both recognize the image as being about the generation and containment of a powerful, illuminating force. One sees it as literal electricity, the other as metaphysical life force. This dichotomy itself is illuminating. It shows how our ancestors grappled with the fundamental forces of nature through the language they had, whether that was the language of myth and symbol or, perhaps, a more practical understanding that has since been lost. The stone at Dendera does not give up its secret easily. It remains a powerful Rorschach test for the modern viewer, reflecting back either our hopes for a more technologically advanced past or our respect for the sophisticated symbolic intelligence of an ancient world that described the cosmos in stories carved in stone. Its message was carved not for the gods but for a future humanity struggling to survive. In the quiet farmlands of Elbert County, Georgia, a set of pale gray granite slabs stood for over 4 decades as one of the world's most provocative modern mysteries. Erected in 1980, the Georgia Guidestones were not ancient, yet they carried the weight and silence of a monument from a forgotten age. 6 slabs, each over 19 feet tall and weighing more than 20 tons, supported a massive capstone. They were arranged with astronomical precision, one stone aligned with the celestial pole, another marking the sun's travel, and slots carved to frame the solstice sunrise. But it was the inscriptions that ignited global fascination and fierce debate. In 8 of the world's major languages, from English and Russian to Swahili and Hindi, 10 principles were etched into the stone. They served as a guide or perhaps a warning for a future society. The first directive was stark: maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Others called for guiding reproduction wisely, unifying humanity with a new living language, and balancing personal rights with social duties. The final line offered a poignant, overarching rule: be not a cancer on the earth, leave room for nature. This was not a relic of the deep past, but a deliberate, contemporary message in stone, placed anonymously. The man who commissioned it used the pseudonym Robert Christian, or R. Christian, a name he said represented a small group loyal to Christian principles, but not any specific church. He worked through a local banker, providing detailed plans and funding, insisting the monument serve as a compass, calendar, and clock. His true identity was never publicly revealed, and the group behind the stones remained as enigmatic as any ancient cult of builders. This shroud of modern anonymity created a unique phenomenon, a megalithic mystery born in the age of information. The stones were immediately controversial. To some, they were a noble, rational blueprint for a sustainable future, a necessary call for harmony and planetary stewardship. To others, the first rule about population suggested a chilling, elitist vision, sparking fears of control and echoing darker ideologies. The monument became a pilgrimage site for conspiracy theorists, futurists, and the simply curious, each interpreting its commandments through their own lens. It stood as a Rorschach test in granite, reflecting humanity's deepest hopes and fears about the path ahead. Then, abruptly, its physical story ended. In 2022, the monument was severely damaged in an explosion, and the remaining structure was fully demolished for safety reasons shortly after. Its sudden erasure felt almost as symbolic as its creation, a modern monolith that rose in mystery and fell in controversy. The Georgia Guidestones, in their brief existence, asked profound questions that resonate with our entire exploration. They forced us to consider what principles we would carve in stone for the ages, what legacy we wish to leave. They highlighted the timeless human urge to communicate across generations, to try and guide those who come after us, whether through pyramid alignments or granite maxims. And they proved that the line between ancient and modern mystery is thin. The same forces that make us wonder who built Stonehenge and why made us wonder about R. Christian, the same impulse that leads a culture to align temples with the stars, led modern planners to embed astronomical features in their design. The stones were a bridge, a deliberate echo of ancient megalithic tradition, used to send a message into the future, only to have that future arrive far sooner than anyone expected, with opinions so divided they led to its destruction. Their story is a cautionary tale about the power of monuments, the volatility of anonymous messages, and the enduring human need to seek guidance, even from a set of silent stones in a Georgia field. The hills surrounding the town of Visoko in Bosnia do not whisper their secrets. They command attention with a stark, geometric boldness. To the untrained eye, they are simply a series of forested ridges, but to a growing number of researchers and enthusiasts, they represent something far more profound: the Bosnian pyramids. The central claim, championed by businessmen and amateur archaeologist Semir Osmanagic, is that these are not hills at all, but colossal, ancient pyramids, purposefully built by a lost civilization over 12,000 years ago. If true, this would make them the oldest and largest pyramids on Earth, dwarfing even the monuments of Giza. The most prominent formation, dubbed the Pyramid of the Sun, has four triangular faces that appear unnaturally symmetrical, aligned with the cardinal directions. This visual suggestion is the spark that ignited a global controversy, one that perfectly illustrates the ongoing and often heated dialogue between mainstream science and alternative historical investigation. The debate centers on a fundamental question: are we looking at the hand of nature or the hand of humanity? Mainstream geologists and archaeologists from institutions across Europe have examined the site and reached a near-unanimous verdict. They identify the structures as natural geological formations known as flatirons, a common result of sedimentary rock layers being tilted and then eroded over millions of years. The symmetrical slopes and flat tops are, in this view, a beautiful but entirely natural accident of geology, shaped by the relentless forces of wind, water, and time. They point out that the region's complex tectonic history is more than capable of producing such striking shapes without any human intervention. The proponents of the man-made theory, however, present a catalogue of physical anomalies they argue contradict the natural explanation. Excavations on the so-called pyramids have unearthed what they describe as man-made concrete blocks and stone slabs laid in a terrace-like pattern. They point to an extensive network of underground tunnels, named Ravni tunnels, which feature smooth walls, stone block constructions, and what they interpret as ceremonial chambers. Perhaps most compelling to visitors is the sheer sensory experience of these tunnels, where many report a profound sense of calm and a noticeable lack of negative ions, which some associate with healing properties. This has transformed the site into more than an archaeological dig. It has become a destination for spiritual tourism, drawing thousands seeking energy vortices and ancient wisdom. This phenomenon is a live case study in the scientific process. Extraordinary claims, as the saying goes, require extraordinary evidence. The academic community has largely dismissed the findings, criticizing the excavation methods as unscientific and arguing that the concrete is a natural conglomerate rock called breccia, and the tunnel networks could be ancient mine shafts or natural karst formations modified later. The debate, often fractious, highlights the rigorous standards required to rewrite history. It underscores how interpretation is everything. A piece of stone can be a weathered geological sample or a carved block from a forgotten temple, depending on the lens through which it is viewed. What makes Visoko uniquely fascinating is its role as a modern cultural focal point. Regardless of the geological verdict, the site has captured the public imagination. It has energized a community of alternative history enthusiasts, provided economic stimulus to the town, and created a narrative of national pride rooted in a potentially glorious ancient past. It speaks to a powerful human desire to discover a lost chapter, to find evidence that our history is deeper and more mysterious than the textbooks allow. The Bosnian pyramids, whether ancient monuments or magnificent natural sculptures, ultimately challenge us to look at a familiar landscape, a simple hill, and ask if we are truly seeing all that is there, or if we are only beginning to learn how to see. Sometimes the most profound mysteries are written not in stone but in the mud. In a remote corner of Death Valley, California, lies a place called Racetrack Playa, a vast, flat expanse of dried lake bed so barren and silent it feels like the surface of another world. Scattered across this cracked, sun-baked clay are hundreds of rocks, ranging from small pebbles to boulders weighing over 700 pounds, and behind each one, trailing across the playa floor, is a long, graceful groove in the earth, a track that curves and zigzags as if the stone had simply decided to go for a leisurely stroll. For over a century, these sailing stones presented a puzzle that was both simple and utterly baffling. The rocks were clearly moving, sometimes hundreds of feet, leaving these elegant trails as their only record. But no one had ever seen them move. In a place visited by countless hikers, geologists, and photographers, the event remained stubbornly elusive. It was a mystery happening right before our eyes, yet hidden in plain sight, a silent ballet performed only when no one was watching. Theories flourished in the absence of witnesses. Perhaps powerful, localized whirlwinds were skidding the stones across the slick surface. Maybe thin sheets of ice were acting like sails, catching the wind. Others proposed more exotic explanations involving magnetic fields or even playful spirits. The lack of evidence was the evidence itself, proving that a natural process could be so subtle and rare that it defied casual observation for generations. The solution, when it finally came, was a masterpiece of modern, patient science. Researchers equipped the playa with time-lapse cameras and weather stations, and they waited. They placed their own GPS-equipped stones on the surface and monitored them through the harsh desert winters. The answer revealed itself during a specific, delicate set of conditions. On rare occasions, a perfect sequence would unfold. First, a winter rain would fall, flooding the playa with a shallow, inch-deep layer of water. Then, on a cold desert night, that water would freeze into a vast, thin sheet of windowpane ice. As the sun rose, this ice sheet would begin to break up into large, floating panels. On days when a gentle, steady breeze of just the right strength began to blow, these ice panels would become nature's own bulldozer. A floating sheet of ice, only a few millimeters thick, would encircle a rock. As the wind pushed the ice, it would nudge the rock forward, the ice sheet fracturing and reforming around it, creating just enough force to set the heavy stone in motion across the underlying slick mud. The movement was imperceptibly slow, perhaps just a few inches per minute, but over the course of hours it would carve those long, meandering trails. The mystery of the sailing stones was solved not by a dramatic revelation, but by meticulous observation and a willingness to wait for nature to perform its secret show. This phenomenon stands as a beautiful counterpoint to the grand, ancient enigmas we have explored. It reminds us that not every mystery is a product of lost human knowledge or forgotten civilizations. Some are simply the quiet, intricate workings of our own planet, processes that operate on a timescale or under conditions just outside our normal perception. The sailing stones teach a humbling lesson about patience and perspective. For decades, they appeared to defy logic, inviting speculation about unseen forces. Yet, the truth was grounded in the elegant interplay of water, ice, wind, and stone, a recipe so specific it remained hidden for generations. It proves that the world still holds natural wonders that can puzzle us, not because they are supernatural, but because nature's clockwork is more subtle and magnificent than we often assume. In the end, the trails at Racetrack Playa are a signature, a temporary record of a delicate, fleeting moment where the elements conspire to make the impossible seem effortless. They show us that sometimes the greatest secrets are not buried deep in the past, but are being written right now, in the mud and the wind, waiting for a curious and patient observer to finally look at the right time. The silent, shifting sands of the Taklamakan Desert hold more than just the promise of a forgotten oasis. In the arid, salty soil of the Tarim Basin, archaeologists made a discovery that froze time and redrew ancient maps. These are the Tarim Mummies, and they are not what anyone expected to find in Western China. Dating from as early as 1,800 years before the Common Era to around 200 years after, these individuals were preserved with an almost startling intimacy by the dry, cold desert air. Their skin, hair, and even the vivid colors of their clothing remain intact, offering a direct, poignant window into a lost world. But it is their appearance that sent shockwaves through the historical community. They possess distinctly Caucasian features with long noses, light hair, and tall frames. Some have fair skin and reddish-brown beards. They were dressed in finely woven woolen textiles, including tartan patterns strikingly similar to those found in ancient Celtic Europe, and felt hats that would not look out of place on the steppes. Here, in the heart of Asia, thousands of years before the Silk Road became a thoroughfare for trade, was a population that looked like it belonged far to the west. Their presence asks a series of profound, interconnected questions that challenge a static view of the ancient world. Who were these people and where did they come from? How did they traverse such vast, formidable distances, and what brought them to this harsh desert basin? For decades, the discovery fueled theories of mysterious, long-distance migrations by Proto-European tribes, perhaps speaking an early Indo-European language. They were seen as lonely pioneers, a lost branch of humanity that had wandered into China and vanished. Recent advances in genetic science, however, have provided a more nuanced, though no less revolutionary, answer. Comprehensive DNA studies reveal that these mummies were not recent migrants from the West. Instead, they were a largely isolated population with deep ancestral roots in ancient North Eurasia, a genetic lineage that once spanned from Europe to Siberia. They carried this ancient heritage, largely unmixed with the populations that later defined East Asia or Europe for millennia. This makes them not travelers passing through, but a founding population of the region, a unique and ancient people who had called the Tarim Basin home for generations. This genetic insight transforms the mystery from one of travel to one of endurance. It complicates in the best possible way the traditional story of ethnic settlement in the region. The history of Central Asia is often told as a series of waves, one group displacing another. The Tarim mummies show us a different pattern, one of remarkable stability and cultural continuity in one of Earth's most inhospitable environments. Their technology reveals a society exquisitely adapted to their world. They were not primitive nomads but sophisticated agro-pastoralists. They cultivated wheat and millet, herded sheep and cattle, and mastered the art of cheese-making. Their felt and woven wool garments were perfect for the desert's extreme temperatures, and their burial practices, which included placing bodies in boat-like coffins covered with cattle hides, suggest a rich spiritual cosmology connected to both land and animal. The true significance of the Tarim mummies, therefore, lies not in proving a single dramatic migration, but in illustrating the incredible diversity and complexity of prehistoric humanity. They are a powerful reminder that the ancient world was not a collection of isolated, monolithic cultures, but a vibrant tapestry of peoples moving, meeting, and settling in patterns we are only beginning to trace. Their Caucasian features in what is now China is not an anachronism, but a testament to the deep, shared roots of humanity, roots that spread in many directions long before empires or written history drew borders. They force us to replace simple stories of East and West with a more interconnected vision, where a person in a tartan wool cloak could live, thrive, and finally rest, thousands of years ago beside a desert river that has long since vanished from the map. A hammer should not be older than the rock that holds it. In 1936, a couple walking along a creek bed near London, Texas, made a peculiar discovery. Protruding from a chunk of stone was what appeared to be an ancient hammer, its wooden handle partially transformed into coal, its iron head firmly encased within the solid rock. The stone itself was identified as originating from the Cretaceous period, an era that ended 66 million years ago, when dinosaurs still roamed the Earth. The immediate, startling implication was that a human-made tool had been sealed inside a rock formation millions of years before modern humans even existed. This object, known as the London Hammer, quickly became a legendary example of an out-of-place artifact, an oopart, a physical rebellion against the established timeline of history. It seemed to offer a simple, impossible choice. Either our geological dating is profoundly wrong, or someone with a hammer was walking around in the age of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The allure of this narrative is powerful, sparking visions of time travelers, lost advanced civilizations, or cataclysms that reset our understanding of deep time. It represents the ultimate fantasy of a single object that can overturn textbooks, a tangible key to a hidden past. The scientific explanation, however, reveals a more nuanced, though still fascinating, story. Geologists who have examined the artifact note that the concretion, the stony shell around the hammer, is not a solid block of ancient Cretaceous bedrock. It is a type of rock known as a limestone concretion, which can form relatively quickly around an object when mineral-rich water deposits layers of calcite, cementing it in place. This process does not require millions of years. It can happen in centuries or even decades if conditions are right. The hammer itself, upon metallurgical analysis, was found to be made of a type of iron with few impurities, consistent with 19th century American ironworking, not some primordial or advanced metallurgy. The wooden handle's partial coalification is also a process that can occur under the right conditions of pressure and heat, not necessarily an indication of immense age. In essence, the likely scenario is that a miner or settler in the 1800s lost a perfectly ordinary hammer. Over time, mineral-rich waters from the local creek seeped around it, gradually building up a hard, stony casing that made it appear as if the hammer was embedded in ancient stone. The true mystery of the London hammer, then, is not about its age, but about its power as a symbol. It perfectly encapsulates the dynamic tension between a sensational, intuitive story and a meticulous, evidence-based explanation. Our eyes and our desire for wonder see a hammer in a dinosaur-era rock, and our imagination soars. Science sees a tool in a rapidly formed mineral nodule, and the timeline holds firm. This object challenges us to scrutinize not just the artifact, but our own assumptions about how the world works. It asks whether we are more captivated by the story of a single anomalous object, or by the slower, more complex story written in layers of stone and chemical analysis. The hammer remains a compelling icon because it embodies a fundamental human question. How do we decide what is truly evidence of the impossible, and what is simply a misunderstanding of the possible? It reminds us that sometimes the most intriguing puzzles are not about unlocking the past, but about understanding the powerful filters of belief and perception through which we view it. The ancient city of Mohenjo-Daro was a masterpiece of early urban planning, a grid of baked brick buildings and advanced drainage systems that spoke of a calm, ordered society. Yet within this serene metropolis, archaeologists uncovered a startling physical anomaly. In certain areas, particularly around a central, elevated structure, they found clusters of bricks and stone that had been fused together, their surfaces transformed into a glassy, vitrified layer. This glassification occurs only under phenomenally high temperatures, far beyond what a typical structural fire could produce. The stones looked as if they had been momentarily subjected to the heart of a furnace, then cooled, locking them in a permanent, melted embrace. The immediate, practical question was how such intense, localized heat could have occurred in a city built of brick and wood. Mainstream archaeology offers grounded explanations. One strong possibility points to an industrial accident. The inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro were skilled metallurgists and potters. A large, concentrated fire in a workshop district, perhaps fueled by stockpiled oils or kiln materials, could have reached temperatures high enough to partially vitrify the surrounding bricks and rubble. Another theory involves a catastrophic lightning strike. A massive bolt hitting a central, possibly metal-rich structure could generate a brief but incredibly intense thermal pulse, enough to fuse the materials at the point of impact. These explanations fit within the known technological and natural world of the Indus Valley people. However, the stark visual evidence of these melted stones, sitting amid the otherwise orderly ruins, proved fertile ground for a far more dramatic interpretation. This gave rise to the persistent fringe theory of an ancient nuclear explosion. Proponents of this idea point not only to the vitrified stones, but also to skeletal remains found in the city's streets, some in positions that suggested a sudden, catastrophic event. They argue that the pattern of destruction and the specific type of material fusion resemble the effects of a thermal pulse from a nuclear detonation. This narrative, while gripping, stands on scientifically unstable ground. No evidence of radiation has been found at the site beyond normal background levels, and the skeletal remains are more consistent with natural deposition over time or the results of conflict than with a single, instantaneous cataclysm. The theory is widely rejected by the scientific community, yet its endurance is itself a fascinating cultural phenomenon. It demonstrates how a single, tangible anomaly, a patch of glassy stone, can act as a seed crystal for entire alternative histories. When faced with something that seems to defy a straightforward explanation, the human imagination can leap to the most extraordinary conclusions, weaving together disparate clues into a story of lost technology or cosmic warfare. The vitrified stones of Mohenjo-Daro, therefore, serve a dual purpose. For archaeologists, they are a puzzle of ancient industry or rare natural events, a clue to the daily realities and occasional disasters of a sophisticated civilization. For the wider world, they have become a symbol, a physical anchor for our deepest questions about humanity's past. They remind us that our interpretation of history is often a dialogue between what we dig from the earth and the stories we are eager to believe, a constant negotiation between evidence and the enduring allure of the unexplained. A landscape can become a language we cannot read. Across the arid grasslands of Namibia, stretching into parts of South Africa and Australia, the earth is marked by millions of perfect, circular patches of bare soil. These are the fairy circles, forming a vast geometric honeycomb pattern that seems to stretch to the horizon, a polka-dotted desert that defies casual explanation. Each barren circle is ringed by a lush border of tall grass, creating a stark contrast that is visible even from space. For generations, the local Himba people had their own stories, speaking of gods, spirits, or the breath of a dragon that created these patterns. To outside scientists arriving in the 20th century, they presented a pristine ecological puzzle. What force could possibly create such uniformity, such perfect, repeated geometry across hundreds of miles? The circles are not ancient ruins or artifacts, but they became a modern mystery that captivated biologists and ecologists for decades, a reminder that our planet itself is still writing codes we struggle to crack. The theories were as varied as they were imaginative. Some suggested they were the work of underground gas seepage, or that the soil was poisoned by toxic plants. Others looked to more complex explanations involving self-organizing patterns in nature, where competition for scarce water resources among the grasses might spontaneously create these barren gaps. For a long time, the most persistent and poetic theory involved termites. Researchers observed that certain species of sand termites were often found in the circles, nibbling on the roots of the grasses, and it was proposed that each colony was creating a self-contained territory, clearing the vegetation to allow rainwater to percolate down and be stored in the sandy soil beneath, creating a hidden reservoir for the colony's survival. This was a compelling narrative of insect engineering, a kind of natural irrigation project. However, the mystery was not so easily settled. Critics pointed out that termites were not found in all the circles, and the scale and perfect distribution seemed almost too orderly for colony-by-colony insect activity. The debate raged until very recently, when a more comprehensive model emerged, one that beautifully merges both biological and physical forces. Intensive long-term studies now suggest a dual mechanism. It begins with the termites, yes, but not as the sole architects. Certain species do indeed establish colonies and clear vegetation in a small area. This initial clearing then sets the stage for a second, powerful force, plant competition. In these incredibly arid environments, water is the ultimate currency. The grasses around the edge of the circle grow taller and denser because their roots can spread outward into the circle, accessing the moisture that collects in the bare, sandy patch, which acts like a rain-catching basin. This creates a feedback loop. The stronger outer ring outcompetes any new grass trying to grow in the center, perpetuating the barren circle. The termites initiate the process, and the physics of water distribution and plant rivalry locks the pattern into place, allowing it to spread and stabilize across the landscape in this stunning hexagonal grid. The solution is an elegant dance between biology and resource competition. The importance of the fairy circles for our journey is not just in their solved mystery, but in the powerful analogy they provide. They show us how a perfectly natural, if complex, phenomenon can create patterns so deliberate, so mathematically precise, that they seem to demand an intelligent designer. If modern scientists with satellites and soil probes could debate their origin for nearly a century, imagine how an ancient culture coming upon such a site would have interpreted it. They would have had no concept of termite colonies or hydrological feedback loops. They would have seen a vast, ordered design etched into the earth itself. Such a site would naturally inspire awe, reverence, and myth. It is easy to see how these patterns could become sacred geography, believed to be the footprints of gods, the dance floors of spirits, or portals to another world. This is a crucial lens through which to view many ancient sites. A naturally occurring rock formation with an unusual shape, a forest grove that grows in a perfect ring, a spring that bubbles up at the exact point where the sun rises on the equinox. These are the fairy circles of the ancient human mind. Our ancestors were brilliant observers of their environment, constantly seeking meaning in the patterns around them. When they encountered a phenomenon they could not explain, they did not dismiss it, they often sanctified it. They built their temples upon it, oriented their stones toward it, and wove it into their stories. The fairy circles remind us that the line between a natural wonder and a sacred site is often drawn not by the thing itself, but by the human need to understand, to find order and intention in a world full of beautiful, bewildering patterns. The mystery was in the soil, but the meaning was always in the mind. Standing guard before the pyramids, the Great Sphinx offers a face we all recognize, yet its true age remains one of Egypt's most fiercely debated secrets. The traditional story, supported by mainstream Egyptology, links its creation to Pharaoh Khafre, who ruled around 2,500 years before the Common Era. The logic is compelling. The Sphinx sits within Khafre's pyramid complex. Its face bears a resemblance to statues of the king, and the layout suggests a unified architectural plan. For over a century, this attribution provided a neat, satisfying answer. But in the early 1990s, a geologist named Robert Schoch looked at the monument with a different set of eyes, trained not in archaeology, but in the slow, patient language of stone. What he saw on the walls of the Sphinx enclosure, the deep, undulating, vertical fissures cutting into the limestone, did not match the story he knew from the rocks. He argued this was not the work of wind and sand, which scours and pits horizontally. This pattern, he insisted, was the unmistakable signature of water, specifically heavy, prolonged rainfall that had streamed down the walls for centuries, dissolving the softer rock into those distinctive vertical channels. This single geological observation ignited a chronological earthquake. If the weathering was caused by water, then the timeline shatters. The last period in Egypt to experience significant, sustained rainfall of that kind ended around 5,000 years before the Common Era, a climatic shift that predates the dynastic Egyptians by millennia. This would mean the Sphinx, or at least its core body carved from the bedrock, could be thousands of years older than the pyramids themselves, a relic from a forgotten epoch when the Sahara was not a desert, but a green savanna. The implications are staggering. It suggests the possibility of a sophisticated, pre-dynastic culture in the Nile Valley, a society capable of monumental sculpture whose name and history have been completely erased from the record. This culture would have carved the Sphinx, and then, thousands of years later, the pharaohs of the Old Kingdom might have rediscovered it, restored it, and claimed it as their own, incorporating the ancient guardian into their new celestial landscape. Mainstream Egyptology counters with its own powerful geological arguments. Experts point to the complex composition of the limestone itself, which has soft and hard layers. They argue that wind-driven sand, combined with the effects of morning dew and salt crystallization, where salts in the stone expand and contract, can perfectly explain the vertical weathering patterns. The sand, they say, acts as an abrasive blasting agent, scouring the softer layers more deeply while being funneled by pre-existing cracks, creating the swooping, channeled appearance. This explanation keeps the Sphinx firmly within the established timeline, a masterpiece of Khafre's reign. The debate, at its heart, is a fascinating clash of disciplines. It is a conversation between those who read history in artifacts and texts, and those who read it in the very fabric of the stone. One side sees cultural context and architectural unity. The other sees a climatic clock etched into the rock face that tells a different time. This is not a matter of one side being right and the other wrong in an absolute sense, but of interpreting a complex, ambiguous set of physical clues. The Sphinx itself offers no inscription, no cartouche to settle the argument. It simply sits, its stone body a living document of environmental history, waiting for us to learn how to read its lines correctly. This mystery moves beyond academic dispute to touch something deeper in us. It asks how well we truly know the past we have constructed. Could an entire civilization, one that shaped a colossus, vanish so completely that we attribute its greatest work to someone else? The possibility humbles our certainty. It suggests that history is not a single, settled narrative, but a series of layers where later cultures build upon, and sometimes overwrite, the foundations of those that came before. The Great Sphinx, therefore, is more than a statue. It is a geological puzzle, a chronological riddle, and a silent witness to the possibility that the sands of time may hide much more than we have ever dared to suppose. High on a desolate plateau in western China, a mountain holds a secret that seems to belong in a factory, not the wilderness. The Baigong Pipes are a collection of rusted, tubular iron structures found embedded in the solid rock of Mount Baigong. They protrude from the mountainside and also lie scattered on the shore of a nearby saltwater lake, with some extending beneath the lake's surface. Their appearance is startlingly artificial, resembling industrial plumbing or ventilation shafts that have been fossilized into the landscape. The pipes vary in size, with some as narrow as a toothpick and others nearly 1.5 feet in diameter, and they follow seemingly purposeful alignments. For those who first documented them, the immediate, visceral question was clear: who built metal pipes in one of the most remote and uninhabitable regions on Earth, and when could such a project have possibly taken place? The area, known as the Kadam Basin, is a harsh, high-altitude desert with little vegetation and no record of significant modern industry. The local nomadic population has no tradition of metalworking on this scale, and the pipe's advanced state of corrosion suggests immense age. This setting transforms the pipes from curious debris into a profound anomaly, a piece of mechanical-looking technology abandoned in a place where technology seems to have no history. The most extraordinary claim suggests they are evidence of a prehistoric advanced civilization, perhaps even visitors from beyond our world, who established some kind of industrial or energy facility here thousands of years ago. Proponents of this view highlight the pipe's composition, which reportedly contains a high percentage of silicon dioxide alongside the iron, and point to their organized placement as evidence of intelligent design far beyond simple natural processes. It is a narrative that captures the imagination, placing a lost workshop for giants on the roof of the world. Geologists, however, offer a far more terrestrial, though no less fascinating, explanation. They propose that the pipes are not manufactured at all, but are extraordinary examples of natural geological formations known as iron oxide concretions. Under specific conditions, mineral-rich water can seep through rock fissures. As the water evaporates or its chemistry changes, it can deposit iron oxides and other minerals along the path of the flow, gradually building up a solid, tubular structure inside the crack. Over millennia, the surrounding softer rock erodes away, leaving behind these resistant, pipe-like columns. Similar formations, often called fossilized pipes or mineral tubes, are found in other parts of the world, though rarely in such concentrated and dramatic displays. The high silicon content could simply be from the surrounding sandstone that was incorporated during this slow replacement process. In this light, the Baigong Pipes become a magnificent accident, a sculpture garden created by the patient, chemical brushstrokes of nature. Yet the mystery is not so easily dismissed by either side, primarily because of a profound lack of definitive data. The site's extreme remoteness has prevented the kind of sustained, peer-reviewed archaeological and geological study that could provide conclusive answers. Most of the information comes from limited surveys and sensationalized reports, leaving the pipes in a frustrating limbo between verified discovery and enduring legend. This lack of closure is itself a key part of the phenomenon. The Baigong Pipes stand as a powerful symbol of the challenges we face in interpreting the ancient world. They represent a direct collision between our pattern-seeking instincts, which immediately recognize the shape of human industry, and the incredible, often overlooked creative power of natural geology. They force us to ask how we distinguish a human artifact from a natural wonder, when both can produce forms of stunning complexity and order. Whether ancient factory pipes or mineral masterpieces, they remind us that our planet is still capable of producing puzzles that resist easy categorization, waiting in silent, distant places for the careful, patient eye of science to finally tell their true story. Their reptilian eyes seem to gaze across 7,000 years of human history. Among the earliest settled communities of ancient Mesopotamia, the Ubaid culture laid the foundations for everything that would follow, from writing to cities. Yet they left behind a signature artifact that feels utterly alien to our modern sensibilities. These are the Ubaid lizardman figurines, small clay statues that depict humanoid bodies with distinctly reptilian features. They have elongated heads, slanted, almond-shaped eyes, and often a ridge running from the brow down the nose, giving them an unmistakably lizard-like appearance. Some stand upright while others are seated, and in a particularly haunting recurring theme, many are shown cradling infants against their chests, the child sometimes sharing the same unusual features. These are not casual doodles in clay. They are carefully crafted, fired, and found in significant numbers across Ubaid sites, indicating they were a standardized, important part of their cultural expression. The mystery lies not in their existence but in their intent. What or who were the Ubaid people trying to represent? One interpretation views them through a lens of stylized human form. All ancient art employs abstraction, and these features could be an artistic convention, a way to represent wisdom, otherness, or a specific social role, like a priest or shaman wearing a ritual mask. The elongated skull could symbolize knowledge, while the slanted eyes might denote an altered state of consciousness achieved during spiritual ceremonies. The infants held so tenderly could then represent fertility, the continuity of the clan, or perhaps a ritual act of offering or blessing. This reading connects the figurines to universal human concerns about family, survival, and the divine. A more provocative line of thought considers them as representations of non-human entities, deities or mythical beings that populated the Ubaid spiritual landscape. In a world intimately connected to the rhythms of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, reptiles like lizards and snakes were ever present. They could symbolize regeneration due to their ability to shed skin, or they might be seen as chthonic beings connected to the earth and the underworld. Crafting deities with these features would link the divine directly to the natural forces of their environment. The consistent, specific anatomy across hundreds of miles and centuries suggests these were not imagined on a whim, but were part of a shared, deeply held belief system. This leads to the most poignant layer of the mystery, the profound cultural distance we must cross. The Ubaid people had no writing. They left no explanatory texts, no myths we can read. Their entire symbolic world, their understanding of creation, divinity, and their place in the cosmos, was communicated through objects like these. When we look at a lizardman figurine, we are staring at a single, surviving word from a language whose grammar and vocabulary are lost. We can analyze the shape of the word, but we cannot be sure of its meaning. Were they guardians, ancestral spirits, gods of the watery depths that brought both life and flood? The figurines hold their silence. This very ambiguity makes them a powerful testament to the human imagination. They prove that the drive to conceptualize the unseen, to give form to the forces that govern life and death, is ancient and profound. They remind us that our ancestors' reality was populated not just by people and animals, but by a rich pantheon of beings that bridged the natural and supernatural, beings that were so real to them they shaped daily life. The Ubaid lizardmen are a direct line into a prehistoric mind, a glimpse of a symbolic universe where the boundaries between human, animal, and divine were beautifully and mysteriously blurred. The line between sacred text and seabed is a thin one off the coast of Gujarat. Here, in the shallow waters of the Arabian Sea, divers have mapped a sunken landscape that feels like a dream pulled from the pages of an epic. Massive stone blocks, some weighing several tons, lie scattered across the ocean floor, forming the outlines of walls, fortifications, and geometric platforms. These are the submerged ruins near the modern town of Dwarka, and their discovery has ignited a profound and ongoing conversation about how we find history. For centuries, Hindu scriptures like the Mahabharata and the Puranas have spoken of a magnificent fortified city named Dwarka. It was the legendary capital of Lord Krishna, a place of unparalleled splendor built on land reclaimed from the sea. The texts describe it in vivid detail, a city of great wealth with well-planned roads, palaces, and gardens. But the story does not end in glory. After Krishna's departure from the earthly realm, the legends say, the ocean rose and reclaimed the city, swallowing Dwarka whole in a single catastrophic event, leaving only memory and myth in its wake. For generations, this was understood as a powerful allegory, a story about the transient nature of even the greatest worldly power. Then, in the late 20th century, marine archaeologists began to bring up tangible proof from the waves. Their finds were not golden spires, but something arguably more valuable to science: stone anchors. Dozens of them, of various designs, were recovered from the seabed. These are not mythical objects, they are the pragmatic tools of a bustling ancient port, used to hold trading vessels steady. Further surveys revealed structures, including what appear to be a stone jetty and the foundations of large buildings, all submerged in waters consistent with a gradual rise in sea level over millennia. The physical evidence is undeniable. This was once a significant coastal settlement, a hub of maritime activity that met its end beneath the sea. The thrilling and contentious question is whether this sunken port is the mythic Dwarka of Krishna. Mainstream archaeology rightly cautions us. The artifacts and structures found so far have been dated broadly from the second millennium before the Common Era to the early centuries of the Common Era. This confirms an ancient human presence, but it does not provide a specific name or a direct link to a single, semi-divine king. Science can verify a port city existed and sank. It cannot verify that its ruler was a deity described in epic poetry. This site, therefore, exists in a fascinating middle ground. It represents the powerful intersection of archaeology and mythology, where physical discoveries are inevitably viewed through the lens of ancient stories. For many believers, the correlation is too strong to be coincidence. The location, the description of a city by the sea, the narrative of its submergence all align with the physical evidence. The stones on the seabed become a validation of faith, a proof that the sacred stories contain a kernel of historical truth. For the archaeologist, the site is a crucial puzzle piece in understanding the maritime history of the Indian subcontinent, a real city whose true ancient name may be lost, but whose economic and cultural importance is now being revealed. This duality is the true heart of the mystery. Dwarka does not ask us to choose between science and scripture, but to see how they can inform one another. It shows how a civilization's most traumatic real events, like the loss of a major city to rising waters, can be processed, memorialized, and elevated into foundational myth over centuries of retelling. The stones are real, the anchors are real, the flooding is a documented geological process. The story woven around them gives those facts meaning, transforming a natural disaster into a chapter in a divine epic. Exploring Dwarka is not about finding Krishna's palace, but about listening to the dialogue between what we dig up and what we have always believed, understanding that sometimes the most enduring history is the one written in both stone and soul. A single silver coin can hold the weight of an entire continent's mystery. Discovered in 1957 at a Native American coastal settlement in Maine, this small artifact, no larger than a modern dime, seemed utterly out of place. It was a Norse penny, a piece of currency minted between 1067 and 1093 during the reign of King Olaf Kyrre of Norway. On one side, a stylized cross, on the other, a curious geometric design. For archaeologists, its presence was a shock. Here was the only confirmed Norse artifact ever found in the United States within a secure, prehistoric context, buried in layers of soil alongside stone tools and shell fragments used by the native Penobscot people centuries before Columbus. This solitary coin is a whisper from the edge of a map, a data point so small and yet so dense with possibility that it has fueled a debate for generations. How did a piece of 11th century Norwegian silver end up in a Native American shell heap on the coast of Maine? Two compelling and opposing narratives compete to explain its journey. The first is the story we all wish to be true, a direct Viking voyage. We know from the archaeological site at Elance Ox Meadows in Newfoundland that Norse explorers, the Vikings, established a small settlement in North America around the year 1000. They called it Vinland. The sagas speak of further explorations southward along the coast. Could a Viking ship, perhaps a trading or scouting party, have sailed hundreds of miles further down the Atlantic seaboard, reaching what is now Maine? In this scenario, the coin was lost or traded directly from a Norseman's hand to a Native American, a fleeting moment of contact recorded only by this one discarded piece of silver. It is a romantic and tangible link to the sagas, suggesting the Viking footprint in the New World was larger and reached further than the single confirmed settlement in Canada. The second narrative is less dramatic but perhaps more plausible, a story of incredible distance traveled not by Europeans but by the object itself through ancient trade networks. Indigenous trade routes across North America were vast and sophisticated, moving goods like copper from the Great Lakes, shells from the Gulf of Mexico, and obsidian from the Rocky Mountains across thousands of miles. If Norse traders at Elance Ox Meadows or other, as yet undiscovered camps in Canada interacted with local First Nations people, a coin could have entered this existing web of exchange. From hand to hand, over generations, it could have traveled southward along the coast or via inland waterways, passing through many communities as a curious trinket or a valuable piece of exotic material long before it finally came to rest in Maine. This explanation turns the coin from evidence of a Viking in Maine into evidence of the incredible reach and connectivity of Native American economies. The coin's solitude is the heart of its mystery. If Vikings had established a camp or regular trade in the region, we would expect to find more than a single coin, more Norse artifacts, tools, or signs of settlement. We have found none. This makes the Maine penny an anomaly, an outlier that refuses to fit neatly into any historical model. It is not enough evidence to rewrite textbooks, but it is too significant to ignore. It sits in a perfect, frustrating limbo, a genuine artifact that proves contact occurred somewhere, but leaves the precise location, manner, and meaning of that contact entirely open to interpretation. For historians, it is a lesson in humility, a reminder that the past is often revealed in fragments, not in complete sentences. It cautions against building grand theories on a single data point, while simultaneously urging us to keep looking, because one coin proves that connections we once thought impossible were, in fact, woven into the fabric of the ancient world. The Maine penny does not give us answers, it gives us a question, a small silver key that fits a lock we have not yet found. Their wide, staring eyes seem to see a world we cannot. In the misty forests of prehistoric Japan, the Jomon people left behind a legacy not in towering stone, but in fragile, fired clay. The dogu figurines are small, hollow sculptures, often just a few inches tall, crafted with a startling emotional intensity. Their bodies are abstract and curvaceous, with exaggerated hips and thighs, while their faces are dominated by enormous, goggle-like eyes that peer out from under heavy brows. The surfaces are rarely smooth, instead, they are covered in a dense tapestry of incised patterns, swirling lines, and chord-marked impressions that give the Jomon period its name, which means chord-marked. These are not casual toys, they are objects of immense care, their intricate designs applied with a precision that speaks of ritual importance, each line a potential word in a forgotten language of clay. The central mystery is not their construction but their intent. What powerful need compelled these early people, who lived as hunter-gatherers in a challenging environment, to create such specific and widespread forms of art? The most widely accepted interpretation connects them to the most fundamental human concerns, life, health, and the spirit world. The exaggerated feminine features of many dogu point strongly toward associations with fertility and motherhood. They may have been used in rituals to ensure safe childbirth, the health of children, or the abundance of the community. Other theories suggest they were healing objects, perhaps used in shamanic practices where illness was believed to be transferred into the figurine, which was then broken or buried, carrying the sickness away with it. Archaeologists have indeed found many dogu deliberately shattered, as if their power was released or their purpose concluded through destruction. This act transforms them from static art into dynamic ritual tools, they're breaking a key part of their meaning. Yet, their distinctive appearance has also sparked a more modern and speculative fascination. To a contemporary eye, conditioned by imagery of space exploration, the goggle eyes and what appears to be a helmet-like head or a suit covering the body can look uncannily like a being in a pressure suit or an astronaut's helmet. This visual echo has led some to propose connections to ancient astronaut theories, seeing the dogu as possible representations of otherworldly visitors. While this captures the imagination, it projects a modern technological framework onto a prehistoric artistic mind. A more grounded view sees these features as part of a symbolic system. The large eyes could represent heightened spiritual sight, the ability to see into other realms, a common attribute of shamanic figures across cultures. The patterns covering the body might depict tattoos, ritual scarring, or even clothing. but they could also map a spiritual anatomy, channels of energy, or a connection to the natural world of water, mountains, and wind that the Jaman revered. The truth is, we are looking at the end point of a symbolic tradition whose grammar is completely lost. The Dogu are a profound reminder of the depth of prehistoric thought. They prove that the need to create symbolic representations of our hopes, fears, and questions about existence is ancient, far predating writing, cities, or metal. They were not doodling in clay, they were constructing a physical philosophy, giving form to the invisible forces of life, death, and healing. Their silent, patterned bodies hold the weight of a world where art was not separate from survival, but integral to it, a necessary conversation with the unseen that ensured the community's continuity. To hold a Dogu is to hold a question made of earth and fire, a beautiful, enigmatic sentence from the very first chapter of human expression. The desert holds its secrets in silhouette. Etched into the sun-scorched floor of the Colorado Desert near Blythe, California, are colossal figures that sleep beneath the sky. Known as the Blythe Intaglios, these are not constructions of piled stone, but negative images created by the careful removal of dark, desert-varnished pebbles to expose the lighter, sandy earth below. From the ground, the lines appear as shallow, meandering grooves, easy to miss. But from the air, the true scale and artistry snap into breathtaking focus. A human figure stretches 171 feet from head to toe, its arms outstretched. A coiled spiral radiates with purpose. A four-legged animal, perhaps a mountain lion or a horse, stands in perpetual readiness. These are giant drawings on a planetary canvas, and their silence is as vast as the landscape that cradles them. Their creators are believed to be ancestors of the modern Quechan and Mojave peoples, who have inhabited the region for countless generations. The technique itself, scraping away the desert pavement, connects them to a broader tradition of geoglyph art found across the Americas. But pinning down a specific age has proven difficult. Estimates range from a few hundred to over 2,000 years, a span so wide it speaks to the difficulty of dating something made by removal rather than addition. Without organic material buried within the lines, scientists rely on methods like assessing the rate of rock varnish recovery or associating the styles with known cultural periods, leaving the intaglios in a chronological twilight. This uncertainty feeds directly into the central, haunting question: who were these monumental images for? Like their more famous cousins in Nazca, the Blythe Intaglios achieved their full, majestic form only from a vantage point high above the earth. This fact has long fueled speculation about celestial audiences or even ancient aerial knowledge, yet the local geography offers a more accessible answer. The intaglios are not on a featureless plain but are situated near the Colorado River and along terraces that rise from the valley floor. The surrounding mesas and hills provide natural, elevated lookouts. A community gathered on a nearby bluff could have easily witnessed the figures in their entirety during a ceremony, watching as participants perhaps walked the lines far below. This shifts the perspective from a message for gods in the sky to a ritual theater for the community itself, a sacred drama where the people were both actors and audience. The purpose of that drama is woven into the symbols. The human figures with their distinct arms and legs might represent important ancestors or mythic heroes from creation stories. The spiral, a nearly universal symbol, could depict a journey, a portal, or the sun itself. The animal glyphs likely pay homage to powerful spirit helpers or totems central to the identity of a clan. Creating these images, then, was not an art project but an act of world-making. By etching these beings into the land, the people were anchoring their stories, their lineage, and their spiritual relationships to the very ground they walked upon. The process itself, the communal effort of clearing tons of rock by hand, would have reinforced social bonds and collective identity, turning the desert floor into a living, ceremonial text. Some researchers also see a practical navigational function. Located near a major river and ancient trade routes, these massive, unmistakable landmarks could have served as territorial signposts or meeting grounds for different groups. They announced in a language of imagery understood across cultures who belonged to a place and what spirits protected it. The figures were a map of belief and a declaration of presence, a way of saying we are here and this is how we understand the world. Today, the Blythe Intaglios face a slow fade. Off-road vehicle tracks occasionally scar the fragile lines, and the relentless forces of wind and occasional rain gradually blur their edges. Their preservation is a quiet race against time, an effort to protect a fragile signature before it returns to the uniform face of the desert. To stand beside one of these figures is to stand in a different kind of space. You are not before a monument that reaches upward, but within a design that pulls the horizon inward. It is a reminder that sacred ground is not always a mountain or a temple. Sometimes it is a drawing so large you can stand on its hand, becoming a temporary part of a story whose first chapter was written in stones moved aside, a story meant to be read by the land, the sky, and the people who knew how to look from the hills above. While the Moai stand as a silent army of stone, the Rapa Nui people did leave behind a more delicate form of communication, one that has proven even more elusive to understand. Carved into wooden tablets, driftwood, and ceremonial staffs are the intricate glyphs of the Rongorongo script. This is not simple pictography. It is a complex, standardized system of symbols with hundreds of distinct characters depicting everything from human figures and birds to celestial objects and geometric shapes. They are arranged in a consistent pattern, often in alternating rows that read from left to right, bottom to top, a method called reverse boustrafedon. This structure alone signals a true written language, a deliberate effort to encode speech and thought into a permanent form. Its discovery was a revelation, for it is the only known indigenous writing system to emerge in the entire Polynesian world. This fact alone makes it a treasure of incalculable value, a unique window into a unique mind. Yet today, that window is tightly shuttered, for Rongorongo has never been deciphered. It remains one of the world's great undeciphered scripts, a locked diary whose key was thrown into the ocean of time. The tragedy of Rongorongo is not just its mystery, but the story of its near-total loss. When European missionaries arrived on Easter Island in the 1860s, they encountered a culture already reeling from the consequences of ecological change and social upheaval. They found these inscribed tablets but misunderstood their significance. In their zeal to convert the Rapa Nui to Christianity, they viewed the tablets as pagan idols or heretical texts. A great many were deliberately burned. Others were taken as curiosities by sailors and explorers, often lost or left to rot in the holds of ships. Still more simply perished on the island, victims of a damp climate and the termites that feast on wood. Of what was likely a vast literary tradition, only about 24 genuine artifacts survive today, scattered in museums across the globe. This physical destruction was compounded by a cultural one. The social collapse and population decline on the island meant the class of elders or priests who could read the script, the Tangata Rongorongo, were lost. The knowledge of how to interpret these beautiful, curling lines died with them, likely within a single generation of first contact. What remains is a collection of beautiful, baffling fragments. So what might these precious tablets have said? The few fragmentary oral traditions that survived offer only whispers of clues. Some elders told researchers that the tablets were not for everyday communication, but were recited during important ceremonies, perhaps by a trained reader who chanted the words aloud from the glyphs. This suggests they recorded sacred information. One leading theory posits they contain cosmogonic chants, stories of creation that detailed the origin of the world, the gods, and the Rapa Nui people themselves. Another compelling idea is that they served as genealogical records, tracing the illustrious lineages of chiefs and ancestors back to the legendary founder Hotu Matua, who first settled the island. In a society where mana, or spiritual power, was inherited through lineage, such records would have been crucial for maintaining social order and legitimacy. They could also have been practical almanacs, encoding astronomical knowledge for navigation and agriculture, or even serving as mnemonic devices for memorizing vast amounts of ritual information. Each undeciphered line could be a chapter from their history, a prayer to their gods, or a map of their stars. The quest to crack the code has consumed linguists and epigraphers for over a century. The challenge is immense. To decipher a script, you typically need a bilingual text, a Rosetta Stone that presents the same message in both the unknown script and a known language. For Rongorongo, no such key exists. Researchers have tried to find patterns by comparing the glyphs to the modern Rapa Nui language, but centuries of linguistic change and the catastrophic break in cultural transmission make direct links tenuous. Some glyphs clearly represent things like a frigate bird or a crescent moon, but the vast majority are abstract, and their phonetic or syllabic value is unknown. Was it a purely logographic system where each symbol represents a whole word, or was it a syllabary where symbols stand for sounds? Without a living tradition to guide us, every analysis is an educated guess. Modern computational methods have been applied, searching for statistical patterns that might reveal grammatical structure, but so far, the script guards its secrets with formidable silence. This silence is what makes the loss so profoundly felt. The Moai tell us about the Rapa Nui's ambition, their engineering, and their spiritual focus on ancestors. But Rongorongo could have told us their thoughts. It could have given voice to their poetry, their jokes, their laws, and their fears. It could have provided their own account of why they built the statues, how they navigated the Pacific, and what they felt as their world changed. Instead, we have only the imposing stone faces and these elegant, unreadable glyphs. One speaks in the grand, physical language of monumentality, the other in the lost, intimate language of the mind. Together, they form the dual heart of Easter Island's mystery, a civilization that reached astonishing heights of both artistic expression and intellectual sophistication, only to have the very record of its inner life erased, leaving us to wonder forever about the stories written just beyond our understanding. Gold can be shaped into forms that seem to leap across millennia. Among the treasures of Colombia's Tolima culture, crafted between 500 and 1,000 years after the Common Era, are small pendants that stop modern viewers in their tracks. They are delicate, intricate works of art, but their silhouette is startlingly familiar. With a triangular delta wing, a raised cockpit-like bulge in the center, and a distinct vertical tail fin, they bear an uncanny resemblance to modern jet fighters or futuristic spacecraft. To hold one is to feel a strange temporal slip, as if a blueprint from the 20th century had been misplaced in a pre-Columbian goldsmith's workshop. This visual shock is the heart of the phenomenon, a perfect collision between ancient artistry and contemporary imagination. The immediate, tantalizing question is obvious. Could these represent something technological, something far ahead of its time? The answer from archaeology is both definitive and fascinating. Researchers who have studied these objects in their full cultural context identify them as highly stylized representations of the natural world. They are exquisite abstractions of insects, perhaps beetles or dragonflies, or of birds and bats in flight. The Tolima artisans were masters of simplification, reducing the complex forms of living creatures to their most essential, elegant lines. What we see as a cockpit could be the fused head and thorax of an insect. The delta wings mirror the swept-back shape of a bird's wings in a steep dive or the pointed wings of a bat. The tail fin might represent the stylized tail feathers of a bird or the segmented abdomen of a flying insect. This was not an attempt to document literal anatomy, but to capture the essence of flight, of speed and dynamism in a static piece of precious metal. The mystery, then, is not one of origin but of perception. It is a case study in how we see the past. When we encounter an artifact stripped of its original context, our modern brains automatically search for the closest match in our own visual library. We live in an age of aviation and space exploration, so a sleek, aerodynamic shape immediately reads as a jet or a shuttle. We are not seeing what the Ptolemy artist intended us to see. We are seeing a reflection of our own technological world superimposed upon their art. This cognitive leap is powerful and seductive. It transforms a beautiful representation of a local bat into evidence for ancient astronauts or lost aviation, because that narrative feels more extraordinary, more connected to our own sense of wonder. Yet, to dismiss this as a simple case of mistaken identity misses a deeper point. The real wonder lies in the Ptolemy artist's genius itself, their ability to observe the principles of aerodynamics in nature, the way a bird's wing cuts through air, the stable posture of a gliding insect, and to abstract those principles into a minimalist form is a profound intellectual achievement. They were studying the same laws of physics that would later inform human aviation, not through equations, but through careful observation and artistic expression. The pendant is not a model of a jet, but it is a testament to a human mind recognizing efficient, graceful forms in flight, regardless of the era. This phenomenon serves as a gentle, important reminder in our search for ancient mysteries. It cautions us against the easy allure of anachronism, the desire to find our own image in the distant past. Instead, it invites us to step into a different worldview, to appreciate the ancient artist on their own terms. The true value of the Ptolemy pendants is not that they look like jets, but that they demonstrate a universal human impulse to take the wonder of the natural world and refine it into a symbol of beauty, power, and perhaps even spiritual aspiration, wearing the essence of flight as an ornament close to the heart. They challenge us to look beyond our own assumptions, to see not a mystery of technology, but a masterpiece of perception, forged in gold 1,000 years ago. High in the cold, clean air of Russia's Altai Mountains, the landscape holds a secret of quiet geometry. Scattered across the slopes are the cobbery stone structures, often called the stone tents. They are not grand temples or towering tombs, but something more intimate, more puzzling in their simplicity. Each one is a small, rectangular enclosure, built from massive, flat stone slabs set vertically into the earth, their tops sometimes meeting or leaning together to form a crude, shelter-like roof. They look for all the world like the skeletal frames of tiny houses built for giants, or perhaps for beings who needed only the bare outline of a room. Standing before one, you are struck not by scale but by intention. Someone went to immense effort to quarry, transport, and erect these multi-ton slabs in this specific, deliberate form. In a region of breathtaking natural beauty, they chose to add this stark, human-made angularity to the rolling hills. Yet, for all this clear purpose, the structures are utterly silent about who built them and why. Dating them has proven incredibly difficult. Without artifacts or organic material sealed inside, archaeologists must rely on the weathering of the stone and their association with the landscape. Estimates swing wildly from the Bronze Age, over 3,000 years ago, to the medieval period just a few centuries back. This vast possible timeline means they could be the work of early nomadic herders, of later Turkic tribes, or of a culture whose name has been completely lost to the mountain winds. Each era offers a different potential story, but the stones confirm none of them. This ambiguity has allowed local folklore to flourish. Among some communities, there are whispers that these were not built by ordinary people at all, but by a race of ancient, powerful beings who once walked these highlands. The structures are sometimes said to be the homes of spirits or the markers of a forgotten people of great strength. These legends are not just fanciful tales, they are a cultural response to a mystery, an attempt to fill the silence with a narrative worthy of the effort the construction clearly required. Why would anyone build such robust, permanent-looking shelters in such a remote and challenging environment? They are too small and sparse to have been permanent dwellings. Their form doesn't suggest they were animal pens or storage pits. One compelling theory is that they served as ritual spaces or burial chambers, though excavations have rarely found clear evidence of human remains. Perhaps they were ceremonial sites, places where the sky and earth met within a man-made frame, used for rites of passage or seasonal gatherings. Another possibility is that they were astronomical markers, their openings aligned to solstice sunrises or significant stars, turning each one into a rugged stone observatory. Their very remoteness supports a sacred or specialized function, a place set apart from the daily flow of life. The profound lesson of the Kobri stone tents lies in their quiet defiance. In a world captivated by pyramids and lost cities, they remind us that mystery is not always monumental. It can be humble, built from a handful of giant slabs on a lonely mountainside. They represent the countless small-scale enigmas scattered across every continent, sites that will never make global headlines but are, in their own way, just as important. Each one is a fragment of a story, a single sentence from a chapter of human history that has since been torn out and scattered. We may never know the full narrative, but the presence of these stone frames asks us to consider the diversity of human experience. It asks us to remember the unnamed cultures, the small communities, who also felt the need to shape their world, to leave a signature in stone that said, "We were here, and this place had meaning for us." Their legacy is not in grand conquests, but in this enduring, minimalist puzzle, a few tons of rock arranged just so, waiting forever for someone to understand the question they were built to ask. A figure painted in white towers over the ancient rock wall, its presence both commanding and serene. In the dry canyons of the lower Pecos region of Texas, the White Shaman Rock Shelter holds one of North America's most complex and enigmatic prehistoric paintings. Created an estimated 4,000 years ago by hunter-gatherer peoples, this polychrome mural is not a simple scene but a dense, layered narrative frozen in time. The central figure, rendered in stark white pigment, stands with arms outstretched, its form elongated and imposing, surrounded by a swirling tableau of red and black human forms, deer, and abstract symbols. This is not casual graffiti, it is a deliberate composition, a story told in color and line that has survived millennia of sun and wind. To stand before it is to feel the weight of a message you cannot quite hear, a visual epic where every character seems poised for action, yet their script is lost. The debate among archaeologists and anthropologists centers on what kind of story this is. One compelling interpretation sees it as a direct window into shamanic experience. In many indigenous worldviews, the shaman is a mediator who can travel between the earthly and spiritual realms. The towering white figure, then, could represent a shaman in a state of transformation, perhaps mid-ritual, communing with the spirit world. The dynamic human figures around it might be participants or ancestors, and the deer could represent spirit helpers or the vital life force of the hunt. The entire mural becomes a map of a transcendental journey, painted not for decoration, but as a sacred record of contact with the unseen. Another school of thought reads the panel as a cosmological map, illustrating a foundational creation myth. Certain scholars, analyzing the recurring patterns and the specific arrangement of figures, propose that it tells the story of the Paiute pilgrimage, a central narrative for some later indigenous cultures in the region. In this reading, the white figure might be a divine ancestor or a personification of the Paiute plant itself, a sacred doorway to understanding. The lines connecting the figures could chart a spiritual geography, showing the path of emergence or the relationship between humanity, the animal world, and the divine. It is less a snapshot of an event and more a permanent, painted theology. A third possibility is that it records a specific, historical event of profound importance, a battle, a peace treaty, or a celestial occurrence like a comet or supernova. The precise arrangement and the evident action in the scene suggest a moment frozen in time. Yet, without any written caption, we cannot know if it commemorates a victory, a tragedy, or a pact with neighboring groups. The painting's power lies in this very ambiguity. It resists a single, easy explanation, inviting instead a contemplation of the many layers of meaning it might hold. What is undeniable is the sophistication of the symbolic tradition it represents. The use of specific colors, the standardized ways of depicting humans and animals, and the complex compositional rules all point to a shared visual language that was passed down through generations. This was a culture with a rich inner life, one that devoted significant time and skill to translating their most important beliefs and stories onto the landscape itself. The shelter was not just a canvas, it was a chapel, a library, and a community archive in one. The deepest silence, however, comes from the broken thread of cultural memory. The artists who mixed these pigments and carefully applied them to the rock were ancestors to later indigenous groups, but the direct line of interpretation was severed centuries ago through the immense hardships and disruptions of colonial history. The modern tribes of the region may feel a deep spiritual connection to the site, but the specific narrative encoded in the lines and figures is no longer part of an unbroken oral tradition. This loss transforms the white shaman from a clear text into a profound poem in a forgotten language. We can appreciate its rhythm, its structure, and its emotional resonance, but the precise meaning of each stanza is just beyond our grasp. This beautiful frustration is its own kind of lesson. The mural does not exist to be solved like a puzzle, but to bear witness. It is a testament to the universal human need to explain our place in the cosmos, to record our encounters with the sacred, and to leave a mark that says, "We were here, and this is what we saw when we looked beyond the horizon of the everyday." It asks us to sit with the mystery, to respect the gap in understanding, and to recognize that some of the most important chapters of human history are written in the silent, enduring language of art. The limestone plains of Malta hold a different kind of signature, one not carved in relief but worn deep into the very skin of the island. Known as the cart ruts, these are not a single monument but a sprawling, enigmatic network of parallel grooves cut directly into the bedrock. They run for yards, sometimes hundreds of feet, in perfectly paired tracks, as if the island itself were once threaded with ancient railway lines for a vanished civilization. The grooves themselves are surprisingly deep and precise, often worn down several inches into the hard stone, their walls smooth from what appears to be immense, repeated friction. To walk beside them is to follow a path whose destination has been forgotten for millennia, a ghost road leading from nowhere to nowhere across the sun-bleached rock. The central question is as straightforward as the tracks themselves. What created them, and what relentless purpose could have ground such permanent scars into the landscape? The most intuitive theory is also the most practical. They look exactly like what their name suggests, the ruts left by wheeled carts or sledges. In this view, the island's ancient inhabitants, perhaps during the Bronze Age or earlier, were transporting colossal loads of stone or soil. The carts, heavy and unyielding, would have followed the same paths again and again over generations, their wooden wheels or runners gradually wearing down the soft limestone into these enduring channels. This explanation paints a picture of a society engaged in massive construction projects, moving materials for temples, fortifications, or agricultural terraces, their daily labor literally etching their industrial routes into the earth. It is a story of sheer, grinding necessity. Yet, this logical idea encounters puzzling obstacles. Many of the ruts run straight off cliffs or disappear into the sea, suggesting the geography has changed since their creation, or that their purpose was not concerned with such terrestrial limits. Others crisscross in chaotic, intersecting webs that seem inefficient for any organized transport network. Furthermore, the spacing between the parallel grooves varies from site to site, which would imply a wide array of cart axle widths, an inconsistency that feels odd for a standardized system. These peculiarities have led researchers to propose alternative explanations. Could they be part of a sophisticated, ancient irrigation system, channels cut to guide precious rainwater to fields or storage cisterns in this arid climate? Or perhaps they served a ritual function, processional pathways walked during sacred ceremonies, their very depth a testament to centuries of pilgrim feet following the same sacred circuit, wearing the path of devotion into stone. The mystery is compounded by their uncertain age. Without organic material trapped within the grooves, precise dating is nearly impossible. They are often associated with nearby megalithic temples, like those of Mnajdra and Haga Kim, suggesting they could be contemporary with those awe-inspiring structures from over 5,000 years ago. Yet they could also be centuries younger or even older, a puzzle from a different chapter entirely. This chronological fog means we cannot easily link them to a known culture or a specific historical need. They exist in a kind of temporal isolation, a pattern without a confirmed date. What is undeniable is the scale of the endeavor. These are not a few isolated tracks. They form extensive networks covering large areas, indicating this was a sustained, island-wide activity that consumed immense time and effort. Whether for hauling stone, channeling water, or walking in ritual, the society that created them was committed to altering their landscape in this very specific, linear way. The cart ruts lack the dramatic spectacle of a pyramid or the artistic beauty of a painted cave. Their power is in their pervasive, functional mystery. They are the infrastructure of a lost daily life, the physical echo of a routine so constant it became fossilized. They ask us to consider not just the grand ceremonies and cosmic alignments of the ancients, but the mundane, repetitive work that built their world, the countless journeys that, over time, can wear a path so deep it outlasts the civilization that made it. The polished surface of the stone feels cool and impossibly smooth, like an egg laid by the earth itself. Discovered in 1872 by workers digging a fence post near Lake Winnipesaukee in New England, this object defies every attempt at classification. It is a dark, egg-shaped sphere of hard quartzite, about 4 inches tall and 2.5 inches thick, meticulously carved and polished to a lustrous finish. But it is the symbols that transform it from a curiosity into a cipher. On one side, a solemn, stylized face peers out. On the other, an ear of corn, a teepee, and a series of spirals and circles are etched with precision. There is a whole board cleanly through from top to bottom, tapered in a way that suggests it was drilled from both ends with an advanced technique. From the moment it was pulled from the soil, the mystery stone stood alone. It has no twin, no sibling artifact found anywhere else in the Americas or beyond. It is a perfect island of a mystery, a single sentence in a language we have never heard, dropped into a New Hampshire field with no accompanying text. The immediate questions are as straightforward as they are unanswerable. Who made it? Was it a ceremonial object, a talisman, a sophisticated tool, or an elaborate message? The symbols offer clues that lead in contradictory directions. The face has been described as Native American, but also as reminiscent of certain archaic European styles. The teepee and corn are undeniably motifs of indigenous North American cultures, pointing to local origins. Yet the material, a type of quartzite not native to New Hampshire, suggests it was brought from afar, or that the stone itself was chosen for its durability and beauty. The spirals and concentric circles are universal symbols found from Neolithic Europe to ancient Asia, representing journeys, cosmic cycles, or portals. This fusion of iconography creates a cultural blur, an artifact that seems to borrow from multiple worlds without belonging firmly to any one of them. The technical skill involved deepens the puzzle. The drilling of the perfect tapered hole indicates a knowledge of lapidary work that could be ancient or surprisingly modern. The polish is so fine that it has survived over a century of handling without losing its sheen. This level of craftsmanship implies it was an object of great importance to its maker, something meant to last and to be held, passed from hand to hand. But for what purpose? Some theorize it was a ceremonial mace head or a talking stick, its symbols telling a clan's history or a shaman's vision. Others see it as a treaty object or a trade token, its imagery designed to be understood across language barriers. The most haunting possibility is that it was a record, a physical memory of a people or an event that has otherwise vanished without a trace. Its isolation is its most defining feature. In archaeology, context is everything. A single arrowhead tells us little, but an arrowhead found in a hearth beside pottery shards and animal bones tells a story of a meal, a home, a moment. The Lake Winnipesaukee stone has no context. It was found alone with no other artifacts, no burial site, no settlement remains. It is as if it was deliberately placed or accidentally lost in that spot, carrying all of its meaning within its own compact form. This lack of connection to a known archaeological site or culture is what makes it a pure enigma. It offers no framework for its own explanation. We cannot compare it to a known style from a known tribe. We cannot carbon date it as it is made of stone. We can only look at it, turning it over in our minds, tracing the lines of the face and the spiral, wondering what conversation this object was meant to be part of, and why that conversation fell silent, leaving only this polished, enigmatic stone to speak for a story we can no longer hear. Its three massive arms reach up the sandy slope as if trying to grasp the sky itself. The Paracas Candelabra, also called the Candelabra of the Andes, is a geoglyph of breathtaking scale and stark simplicity. Etched into the northern face of the Paracas Peninsula in Peru, this design is not a collection of lines or animal figures, but a single, monumental symbol. It stands over 600 feet tall, its outline carved nearly 6 feet deep into the hard, sun-baked soil. From the ground, the sheer size is overwhelming, but its true purpose reveals itself from a distance. Sailors approaching the bay from 12 miles out at sea can see it clearly, a giant white trident pointing inland from the crest of the hill. This visibility is the first, crucial clue to its ancient function. Unlike the Nazca Lines, which are best seen from directly above, the candelabra was made for an audience on the water, for those navigating the vast, trackless Pacific. The most enduring theory is that it served as a massive navigational marker. The Paracas culture, and later the Nazca, were master mariners who built reed boats capable of long-distance voyages. A landmark of this size and distinctive shape, maintained by clearing wind-blown debris from its trenches for generations, would have been an unmistakable signpost. It could have marked the entrance to a safe bay, a source of fresh water, or a major trading port, guiding weary sailors home through the coastal fog. Yet, a symbol this potent rarely has only one meaning. Another compelling interpretation connects it to the divine. The three-pronged shape bears a striking resemblance to a trident, a classic symbol of power over the seas. In Andean mythology, the creator god Viracocha is often depicted holding a staff or a thunderbolt, but the trident could symbolize his dominion over the waters of creation. The candelabra might then be a giant offering or invocation to this deity, a plea for safe passage or abundant fishing carved directly into the sacred landscape. It could also represent the hallucinogenic San Pedro cactus, a plant of profound ritual importance in the region, whose distinctive shape with multiple vertical columns mirrors the geoglyph's design. This layers the meaning, suggesting it was both a practical guide for the body and a spiritual beacon for the soul. The true mystery deepens when we consider its preservation. The Paracas Candelabra has not survived by accident. For over 2,000 years, local communities have taken it upon themselves to maintain it, periodically clearing the trenches of sand and stones that the relentless wind piles into them. This is not a government preservation order, it is a cultural tradition passed down through countless generations. This act of care is a silent testimony to the geoglyph's enduring significance. Even when the original reason for its creation faded from memory, the sense that this symbol was important, that it held power and meaning, never did. The people continued the work of their ancestors not out of archaeological duty, but out of respect because the land itself seemed to ask for it. This continuity of purpose, even when the purpose itself is forgotten, is one of the most poignant aspects of ancient mysteries. It speaks to a legacy that is felt rather than explained, a connection to place that transcends written history. The candelabra does not whisper its secret in a language we can translate. It simply stands, a giant question mark facing the sea. It asks us to consider how our ancestors communicated with both the physical and the spiritual worlds, using the very earth as their parchment. Was it a sign for sailors, a prayer to a god, or a map to a different kind of understanding? The coastal winds that shaped the peninsula also slowly erased the answer, but the hands of the people, century after century, gently push back, ensuring that the question itself remains visible against the hill, a lasting dialogue between humanity and the horizon. It rests in a cathedral, a silent witness to an event that changed the world. The Shroud of Turin is a simple piece of linen, 14 feet long and 3.5 feet wide. Yet upon its surface is a haunting, ghostly image, the faint, sepia-toned imprint of a man who appears to have suffered crucifixion. The details are eerily specific: the wounds, the scourge marks, the puncture in the side, even the blood flow patterns seem anatomically precise. For countless believers, this cloth is not an artifact, but a relic of profound sacredness, venerated as the actual burial shroud of Jesus Christ. It is a physical touchstone for faith, an object that seems to bridge the chasm between historical event and spiritual devotion. This deep reverence is the first layer of its mystery, a mystery that only deepens when science turns its gaze upon the cloth. In the late 1980s, a pivotal scientific endeavor sought to settle the question of age once and for all. Small samples from a corner of the shroud were subjected to radiocarbon dating by 3 independent laboratories. The results were unanimous. The linen fibers dated to between 1260 and 1390 after the Common Era, the heart of the medieval period. To the scientific community, this seemed to provide a definitive answer. The shroud was a creation of the Middle Ages, not the 1st century. Yet, for many, this conclusion did not feel like an end, but the beginning of a new and more complex puzzle. If the shroud is a medieval creation, how was the image made? This is where the mystery becomes truly scientific and stubbornly unexplained. The image is not a painting. There is no pigment, no brushstrokes, no binder holding any substance to the linen threads. The coloration is an extremely superficial discoloration, only on the very topmost fibers of the threads, as if the cellulose itself was lightly scorched or oxidized in a perfect, photographic negative of a human form. Modern science has attempted to replicate this effect with every conceivable medieval technique, from contact with a heated bas-relief statue to various chemical vapors. While some methods can produce a vaguely similar image, none have successfully reproduced the shroud's unique combination of features: the 3-dimensional information encoded in the image's intensity, the lack of any directional brushstrokes, and the astonishing biological accuracy. This failure to explain the image formation process is the core of the enduring scientific enigma. it has led some researchers to question the carbon dating itself. Could the sample taken have been from a medieval repair, a patch woven into the original, older fabric? Could a fire that damaged the shroud in the 1500s have contaminated the fibers with carbon, skewing the results? These debates are highly technical and remain unresolved, keeping the door to a first-century origin slightly ajar for those who seek it. The Shroud of Turin, therefore, exists in a unique and powerful tension. It is an object that lives at the precise intersection of faith, history, and empirical science. For the faithful, its value is not contingent on a carbon date, but on what it represents, a tangible connection to a story that defines their worldview. For the scientist, it is a fascinating anomaly, a physical effect with no clear cause, a challenge to our understanding of medieval technology or perhaps our methods of dating. For the historian, it is a document of devotion, showing how medieval Christians physically conceptualized the Passion narrative. This multifaceted nature is why the shroud continues to captivate millions. It asks a question that resonates on multiple levels, not just how was this made, but what does it mean to seek proof of the sacred? Whether viewed as a miraculous imprint or a medieval masterpiece of unknown artistry, the cloth compels us to confront the limits of our knowledge and the enduring human need to find, in a piece of ancient linen, a reflection of our deepest hopes and our most profound mysteries. A frail man of just 100 pounds built his own kingdom of stone. The Coral Castle in Homestead, Florida, stands not as a relic of a lost civilization, but as a 20th century monument to one man's obsessive, secretive genius. Between 1923 and 1951, Edward Leedskalnin, a Latvian immigrant, single-handedly quarried, carved, and assembled over 1,100 tons of oolitic limestone. He created a sprawling complex of massive sculptures, walls, and functional marvels, including a 9-ton gate that pivots with the touch of a finger, a Polaris telescope accurately aligned with the North Star, and rocking chairs carved from solid stone that weigh thousands of pounds. The central, captivating mystery is not the age of the site, but the method of its maker. How could one man, standing only 5 feet tall and appearing slight and frail, accomplish what would normally require a crew of workers with heavy machinery? Leedskalnin worked almost exclusively at night, shrouding his efforts in secrecy. When curious neighbors asked how he moved blocks weighing up to 30 tons, he would only offer a cryptic smile and say he understood the laws of weight and leverage, claiming he had rediscovered the building secrets of the ancient Egyptians. This deliberate mystique wrapped the castle in an aura of the impossible. The logical explanation lies in simple machines and profound patience. Leedskalnin was a master of leverage, pulleys, and block and tackle systems. He likely used a tripod made from telephone poles and a hand-cranked winch to lift and position the stones. He would have moved them on rollers, perhaps using old truck axles, incrementally inching them into place over months or years. His tools, found on site, were rudimentary, homemade from scrap metal. His true genius was not in supernatural power, but in an intuitive, relentless understanding of physics and balance, coupled with an almost unimaginable dedication to a personal vision. He turned the slow, grinding application of fundamental principles into a form of magic. Yet, the sheer scale of the solo endeavor has persistently fueled more extraordinary theories. Could he have harnessed some form of lost knowledge about magnetic fields or acoustic resonance to neutralize weight? His cryptic writings about cosmic forces and his claim to have seen electrons spinning like individual magnets have been interpreted as hints toward an understanding of anti-gravity. The site's mystery is amplified because we have no film, no detailed notes of his process, only the staggering results and his vague pronouncements. This absence of a clear record allows wonder to fill the gap. Ultimately, the Coral Castle transcends the debate over methods. It is a monument to a different kind of human phenomenon, the power of a singular vision fueled by personal motive. Leedskalnin was reportedly driven by a lost love, building this stone garden as a tribute to a fiancée who left him before their wedding. Every carved flower, every precisely balanced door, can be seen as a gesture in a lifelong, silent conversation with an absence. This emotional core transforms the castle from a mere engineering puzzle into a profound human statement. It is a testament to what can be built from heartbreak, obsession, and a stubborn refusal to accept physical limitations. The stones do not whisper of ancient astronauts, but of one man's quiet, monumental dialogue with gravity, time, and memory, proving that the most compelling mysteries are sometimes not about forgotten societies, but about the incredible potential locked within a single, determined individual. Its rings are not stone but earth and wood, a celestial clock built 5,000 years before the Common Era. The Göbekli Circle in Germany emerges from the landscape as a whisper of geometry, a series of concentric circular ditches and banks, once crowned by a wooden palisade. Discovered from aerial photographs in 1991, this site does not shout with the grandeur of later megaliths, but its quiet precision speaks volumes. Dating to around 4,900 years before the Common Era, it is the oldest confirmed solar observatory in the world. For a society living in the early Neolithic, just as farming was taking root across Central Europe, this structure represents a staggering leap in thought. It tells us that the very first farmers were not merely preoccupied with survival, with sowing seeds and tending flocks. They were also looking up, measuring the sky, and organizing their entire community around the rhythm of the cosmos. The design is elegantly functional. Two opposing gates pierce the circular enclosure. On the morning of the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, an observer standing at the center of the circle would see the sun rise directly through the southeastern gate. As the day faded, that same sun would set precisely through the southwestern gate, its dying light framed perfectly in the opposite opening. This was not a lucky alignment. The builders calibrated this sightline with astonishing accuracy, embedding their understanding of the solar cycle into the very layout of their sacred ground. This precision forces a profound shift in our historical perspective. For generations, the narrative of European prehistory often placed the birth of complex astronomy and monumental ritual in the later Bronze Age, with sites like Stonehenge as the crowning achievements. The Göbekli Circle predates Stonehenge by over 2,000 years. It stands as undeniable proof that sophisticated celestial knowledge and the collective will to express it architecturally emerged much earlier than we ever suspected, right at the dawn of settled agricultural life. The construction itself reveals a highly organized society, digging the ditches, erecting the massive timber posts for the palisade, and aligning the whole complex to a specific solar event required planning, coordinated labor, and a shared vision that transcended individual family plots. This suggests that these early farming communities had developed social structures capable of managing large-scale projects for a communal, likely spiritual, purpose. They were investing their energy not just in granaries, but in observatories, indicating that their conception of a successful harvest was intimately tied to their relationship with the heavens. What rituals took place within this circular theater? While no written records exist, we can imagine the scene. As the days grew shorter and the cold deepened, the community would have gathered. The failing light would have been a source of deep anxiety, a test of faith in the cycles of nature. Then, on the solstice morning, the sun would rise in its designated slot, a promise of return, of light reborn. This moment, engineered into the landscape, would have been a powerful reaffirmation of order, a ceremonial turning of the year that blended practical calendrics with profound religious feeling. The Göbekli Circle is more than an ancient sundial. It is a foundational statement of human intellect. It shows that when people first settled down to shape the land with crops, they also began to map the sky with their minds. They sought not just to feed the body, but to understand their place in a vast, cyclical universe. This quiet ring of Earth in Germany whispers that the drive to find meaning in the stars is as old as civilization itself, a deep-rooted human impulse that began not with kings and empires, but with farmers and families watching the horizon, waiting for the light to come back. Their symbols are pressed into clay so ancient it feels like the skin of time itself. Discovered in a Neolithic settlement in Romania, the Tartaria tablets are 3 small, flat pieces of clay, each no larger than a palm. They are simple, humble objects, yet the markings on their surfaces have ignited one of the most heated and consequential debates in the study of human communication. Dated to around 5,300 years before the Common Era, these tablets bear a series of symbols, including crosses, circles, and what appear to be rudimentary pictographs of a goat and a branch. To the untrained eye, they might look like casual scratches or simple decorations, but for a dedicated group of researchers, these marks represent something revolutionary, the earliest known form of writing in the world, predating the famous cuneiform of Sumer by hundreds of years. This claim, if true, would not merely adjust a timeline. It would upend the very cradle of civilization as we know it, shifting the birthplace of writing from the sun-baked river valleys of Mesopotamia to the forested foothills of the Balkans. The implications are staggering, suggesting a sophistication in prehistoric Europe that we have barely begun to comprehend. It would mean that the urge to record language in a permanent, systematic way emerged independently and much earlier in a culture we have long considered peripheral to the great narrative of human advancement. The symbols on the tablets are not arranged randomly. They are grouped, sometimes within incised circles or frames, giving the impression of deliberate composition. This structure is what fuels the argument for writing. Proponents point out that these are not isolated marks, but a potential system where specific symbols might represent specific words, concepts, or even sounds. They argue that the society of the Vinca culture, which produced these tablets, was complex enough to need such a tool, with evidence of long-distance trade, advanced metallurgy, and large, organized settlements. The invention of writing, in this view, was not a sudden flash of genius in one place, but a slow-burning spark that could have flickered to life in multiple hearths across the ancient world, only for most of those flames to be snuffed out by time, leaving the Sumerian tradition as the sole survivor that grew into a conflagration. Mainstream archaeology, however, urges profound caution. The consensus view is deeply skeptical, classifying the Tartaria markings not as writing but as proto-writing. This is a crucial distinction. Proto-writing consists of symbols that convey information like ownership marks on pottery, tally counts for goods, or ritual symbols with agreed-upon meanings, but they do not represent the full, fluid sounds of a spoken language. They are a code but not a script. A potter's mark says this is mine. A series of lines might mean 5 sheep, but they cannot record a prayer, a law, or a king's name. True writing, like cuneiform or hieroglyphs, is a graphic representation of language itself, capable of expressing any and all thought. The scholars who doubt the Tartaria tablets see the symbols as exactly this kind of limited proto-writing, perhaps clan insignias, ritual symbols, or decorative motifs with localized specific meanings, not a flexible system for recording speech. The debate is not merely academic. It is a high-stakes conversation about how we define one of humanity's most transformative inventions. Identifying the first writing system is about more than claiming a record. It is about pinpointing the moment a culture crossed a cognitive Rubicon, when they began to externalize memory in a way that could travel across space and time, freeing knowledge from the fragile vessel of human recollection. This is why the stakes are so high and the standards of proof so rigorous. A few ambiguous symbols are not enough. What is needed is evidence of a sustained, systematic use across many contexts, showing that the symbols could combine to form the equivalent of sentences. For the Tartaria tablets, that broader context is missing. They remain a tantalizing, isolated find. The true power of this mystery lies in the line it illuminates, the fine, often blurry boundary between a symbol and a word. It forces us to ask, at what point does a mark stop being a sign and start being a letter? When does a collection of signs become a language you can read? This is a process lost to prehistory, a silent transition that happened not in a day, but over generations of trial, error, and increasing social complexity. The Tartaria tablets sit right on that precipice. They may be the discarded early experiments of a system that never fully developed, a road not taken in the history of communication. Or they may be the first fragile pages of a book we have not yet learned how to open. Their humble clay holds the weight of that question, a reminder that some of our greatest breakthroughs might lie not in majestic libraries, but in the quiet, fragmented attempts of our earliest ancestors to make a mark and say, "Understand this." The sea did not just flood the city, it consumed it entirely. In the winter of 373 before the Common Era, the powerful Greek city-state of Helike, a member of the prestigious Achaean League, vanished from the face of the earth in a single, terrifying night. Ancient writers like the historian Diodorus Siculus recorded the event with awe. A massive earthquake shook the region, toppling buildings and monuments. Then, as the terrified citizens fled toward the coast for safety, a colossal tsunami wave roared inland from the Corinthian Gulf. When the waters finally receded, Helike was gone. Not simply damaged but erased, submerged beneath the sea along with every soul who had not escaped. The god Poseidon, to whom the city was sacred, was said to have been angered, and he reclaimed his tribute in a display of absolute geological fury. For centuries afterward, fishermen reported that on calm days they could see the ghostly outlines of ruined buildings deep in the water, a haunting rumor that kept the memory, but not the location, of the lost city alive. Then, even those stories faded, and Helike passed fully into legend, a cautionary tale of divine wrath and nature's supreme power. The mystery of Helike became a geographical one. Where was it? The written accounts were clear about its general region, the northern Peloponnese, but the coastline had changed dramatically over 2 millennia, its features altered by silt deposits and further seismic activity. The city seemed to have been swallowed not just by water, but by time itself, buried under layers of mud and forgetfulness. It became a classic archetype of the lost city, a place that everyone knew had existed, but that no one could find, a blank spot on the map that challenged both historians and adventurers. The breakthrough came not from a dramatic excavation, but from a careful, scientific hypothesis. In the late 1980s, a Greek archaeologist named Dora Katsanopoulou, working with a team of geologists, proposed a new theory. Perhaps Helike was not lying at the bottom of the sea, but was instead buried underneath the coastal plain, hidden by the very sediments the tsunami had dumped upon it. They began to drill core samples in the delta of the nearby Selinus River, and their persistence was rewarded. Deep beneath layers of clay and pebbles, they struck ancient pottery and building materials. Further excavations revealed the heartbreaking truth. They found the remains of a classical Greek city, but it was not a picturesque ruin. The structures were crushed, flattened, and jumbled as if by a giant's fist. Walls lay toppled in a single direction, evidence of a powerful seismic wave. Most tellingly, the layer that sealed the city was not soil, but a distinct stratum of marine shells and sea pebbles, the unmistakable fingerprint of a tsunami that had surged inland, dumped its load, and then retreated, leaving the city entombed in a watery grave. This discovery transformed Helike from a myth into a forensic case study. Here was a city frozen in a moment of cataclysm, a Pompeii of the sea, but without the volcanic ash that preserved so much in Italy. The salt water and crushing sediments had broken and scattered, yet the evidence was undeniable. We now know where Hylaik is, but its story retains a profound power. It stands as a tangible lesson in the fragility of human achievement against planetary forces. A major political and religious center, home to a famous temple of Poseidon and a thriving population, was extinguished in hours. Its destruction was so complete that within a few generations, its exact location was a matter of speculation. This erasure is what makes the concept of the lost city so haunting. It shows us that entire chapters of human history, complete with their laws, their art, and their daily lives, can be deleted not by war or invasion, but by the shifting ground and the rising sea. The recovery of Hylaik, therefore, is a triumph of interdisciplinary detective work, where ancient texts guided modern geology, and where patience and a revised hypothesis finally uncovered a truth that had been lying in plain sight, just 20 feet beneath the feet of farmers. It reminds us that some of the greatest mysteries are not about unknown forces, but about things we know happened, waiting for us to learn how and where to look for their silent, buried testimony. The ocean floor near Rio de Janeiro holds a secret that shimmers just beyond the reach of proof. In 1982, a sport diver exploring the murky waters of Guanabara Bay reported a startling sight, what appeared to be the top of a massive, stepped pyramid or the ruins of a grand temple lying in the deep silt. The structure, he claimed, was made of dark stone with regular geometric lines that seemed utterly alien to the natural seabed. This single eyewitness account ignited a mystery that has flickered for decades, caught between the compelling desire for discovery and the rigorous demands of verification. Subsequent investigations have only deepened the intrigue. Some side-scan sonar images of the area have revealed large, angular formations resting on the bottom, shapes with straight edges and right angles that stand in stark contrast to the usual, rolling contours of a sedimentary floor. These digital echoes are tantalizing, suggesting something substantial and purposefully built lies down there in the perpetual dark. Yet, the bay's conditions are a formidable adversary. The water is often turbid with low visibility, and the sediment is soft and shifting, making detailed photographic or hands-on examination incredibly difficult. Without a clear, unambiguous image or the recovery of a definitive artifact, the Guanabara Bay incident remains in a state of unresolved potential, an underwater maybe. This very ambiguity is what makes it such a powerful symbol. It represents not a solved puzzle, but the vast frontier of the unknown that still covers our planet. The oceans blanket over 70% of the Earth's surface, and we have mapped the detailed topography of Mars more thoroughly than our own seafloor. Every strange sonar return, every diver's story of a curious shape in the gloom, is a reminder that human history is not confined to the dry land we inhabit today. Sea levels have risen and fallen dramatically over millennia, swallowing coastal plains, river valleys, and entire islands that were once home to thriving communities. The story of civilization, as we currently tell it, is written almost entirely from evidence found on the present-day continents. But what chapters are missing, what cultures flourished on now submerged shores, their monuments and marketplaces slowly being buried by marine snow. The Guanabara Bay report, whether it ultimately proves to be a natural rock formation, a forgotten colonial wreck, or something far older, underscores a profound truth. Our planet's greatest museum may be underwater, its exhibits silent and shrouded in darkness, waiting for the slow, patient work of marine archaeology to bring them into the light. Each anomalous reading on a sonar screen is not just a blip, it is a question, a possible doorway into a submerged chapter of the human story, reminding us that the past is not always buried beneath sand or jungle, but sometimes lies in the quiet, weightless galleries of the deep. The final stone circle stands not as a solitary monument, but as the powerful heart of a much larger ceremonial world. Stonehenge is perhaps the most iconic ancient structure on Earth, its silhouette instantly recognizable. For generations, the central mystery focused on the how, the incredible feat of moving 80-ton bluestones from Wales and erecting the massive Sarsen trilithons. Modern archaeology, through meticulous experiment and analysis, has largely answered that logistical puzzle, revealing a story of immense communal effort, clever engineering with ropes and sledges, and a society capable of organizing labor across generations. Yet, solving the how has only deepened the more profound question, the why. Why did the people of Neolithic Britain, over a period of more than 1,000 years, return to this same spot on the Salisbury Plain to continually reshape and expand this stone complex? Its ultimate purpose was not singular, but a tapestry of intertwined functions, a physical anchor for their entire understanding of the universe. The most famous theory is its role as a celestial calendar. The architecture is undeniably aligned with the heavens. The central axis points to the midsummer sunrise and the midwinter sunset. Specific stones frame key lunar standstills, events that occur only every 18.6 years. This was not a simple farmer's almanac, but a sophisticated, long-term observatory. It allowed a priestly class to predict the cycles of the sun and moon, to announce the turning of the seasons, and to demonstrate a sacred connection between the order of the cosmos and the order of their society. The stones made time visible and ritualized, transforming the abstract movement of stars into a drama played out in shadow and light across the circle. But Stonehenge was more than an astronomical machine. Recent excavations have uncovered a startling number of human remains in the area, many showing signs of significant illness or injury. This has led to the compelling idea that the site was a renowned center for healing, a prehistoric Lourdes. The blue stones hauled with such effort from distant Wales may have been believed to hold curative powers. People might have traveled great distances, chipping off pieces of the sacred stone to use as talismans, seeking physical or spiritual restoration in a place where the earth's power was concentrated and aligned with the sky. The circle would have been a place of hope and pilgrimage where the community addressed the universal human experience of suffering. This connects directly to its role in ancestor worship and the journey of the spirit. The landscape around Stonehenge is dotted with thousands of ancient burial mounds or barrows. The monument itself sits within a vast complex of older earthworks like the cursus, a long processional pathway. The entire area appears designed as a ritual landscape for the dead. Stonehenge may have served as a gateway between worlds, a place where the remains of the honored were prepared or celebrated before their final journey. The alignment with the winter solstice sunset, the time of greatest darkness, is particularly poignant, symbolizing a belief in rebirth and the cyclical nature of life and death. The permanent stones, in contrast to the ephemeral human body, represented the enduring presence of the ancestors, whose spirits watched over the living from their silent stone circle. Finally, Stonehenge almost certainly functioned as a potent symbol of unity and political power. The scale of the project required the cooperation of disparate clans across southern Britain. The very act of building it, of contributing labor and resources to a shared, sacred goal, would have forged a collective identity. Controlling the knowledge of its alignments and the rituals performed there would have conferred immense authority on a ruling elite. It was a statement in stone declaring, "We are one people capable of harnessing the forces of nature and the cosmos to create something eternal." It was a cathedral, an observatory, a hospital, and a capitol building all in one. The true mystery of Stonehenge, therefore, lies in this beautiful complexity. It resists a single, neat explanation because it was the central pillar of an entire worldview. It was where astronomy met medicine, where politics met piety, and where the living communed with the dead under the watchful eye of the sun and moon. Its stones do not whisper one secret, but many, a chorus of ancient voices telling us that the greatest human monuments are never built for just one reason. They are built to answer the deepest needs of the spirit, to bind a community together, and to create a fixed point of meaning in a turning world. These scattered puzzles, when viewed from a distance, begin to form a constellation. The 50 unexplained phenomena are not random stars, but points of light that connect to reveal profound patterns in the ancient human psyche. The first and most visible pattern is the sheer physicality of ambition, the megalithic impulse. From the lintels of Stonehenge to the Moai of Easter Island, from the walls of Sacsayhuaman to the jars of Laos, we see a recurring, almost instinctual drive to move mountains. This was not about practicality in any simple sense. It was about making a statement so permanent, so undeniable, that it would defy time itself. Whether to honor ancestors, appease gods, or unite a community, cultures across the globe with no possible contact arrived at the same solution: build big, build to last, and build together. The scale of these projects required social cohesion on a level we still struggle to comprehend today. It suggests that the human need to create collective meaning is so powerful it can literally move stones that weigh more than houses. Another pattern etched in alignment with the stars is the celestial conversation. The pyramids of Giza, the stone rows of Carnac, the solstice gates of the Göbekli circle, all speak a language of astronomy. This reveals a universal preoccupation, not just with the earth beneath our feet, but with the sky above our heads. For ancient peoples, the heavens were not a distant abstraction. They were the ultimate clock, calendar, and scripture. By encoding solar and lunar cycles into their architecture, they were anchoring their world, their rituals, and their very sense of order to the most reliable rhythms they could observe. This was science and spirituality woven into a single practice, a way of ensuring that human life was in harmony with the grand, turning mechanism of the cosmos. The precision of these alignments tells us they were brilliant observers, their legacy written not on parchment, but in the silent geometry of shadow and light. Then there is the pattern of our own perception, our fascination with the out-of-place artifact. The Baghdad Battery, the Tolima pendants, the London hammer, these objects captivate us because they seem to mirror our own world. They act as Rorschach tests for the modern mind. When we see a shape that looks like a jet or a device that resembles a battery, we are tempted to project our own technological framework onto the past, searching for a reflection of ourselves. This pattern is less about the ancients and more about us, about our desire for a history that is more familiar, more advanced, or more wondrously connected to our own experience. It highlights the constant challenge of interpretation, of distinguishing between a culture's symbolic language and our own anachronistic assumptions. Perhaps the most poignant pattern of all is the silence, the undeciphered script of Rongorongo, the forgotten purpose of the Kochno stone spirals, the lost rituals that once animated the white shaman panel. These are mysteries of meaning. They remind us with startling clarity that culture is a fragile vessel. A society can invest centuries of effort into a monument, develop a complex system of writing, or adhere to a rich tapestry of belief, and yet that entire intellectual and spiritual world can vanish, leaving behind only the durable, physical shell. The stones remain, but the song that gave them life has faded. This pattern tells us that history is not solely written by the victorious, but often by those who left behind the most enduring, yet most mute testaments. Their voices are gone, but their questions, carved in rock and earth, continue to echo, asking us to remember that every monument is also a monument to something forgotten, a dialogue cut short, waiting for a listener who may never come. From the gears of the Antikythera Mechanism to the silent Moai of Easter Island, these 50 unexplained phenomena are far more than a list of puzzles. They are, at their core, profound invitations. They invite us to remain humble in the face of a past we can measure but cannot always comprehend. Each perfect stone joint, each celestial alignment, each indecipherable script is a quiet challenge to the stories we tell ourselves about progress and primitiveness. They ask us to question the established narrative, to admit that the map of human history is still dotted with vast, unexplored territories marked only by a question. This humility is not a surrender, but the starting point for genuine curiosity. It opens the door to marvel at the boundless creativity and ingenuity of our ancestors, who saw the world through a different lens and expressed their understanding in languages of stone, earth, and symbol that we are still learning to translate. Their achievements whisper that innovation is not a straight line, but a sprawling tree with many branches, some of which grew to incredible heights only to be lost in the fog of time. These enigmas remind us that the past is not a closed book sitting on a shelf. It is a living, breathing conversation. Every archaeologist's trowel that strikes an unexpected stone, every satellite image that reveals a hidden pattern, every linguist's new approach to an old script, these are all new sentences added to an ongoing dialogue. A theory proposed today might be the key that unlocks a 5,000-year-old door tomorrow. The conversation spans disciplines, connecting astronomers, engineers, historians, and storytellers in a shared quest for understanding. This is the true legacy of these mysteries. They do not belong to any one field of study, but to the collective human desire to know where we came from. As we continue to explore both the remote corners of our planet and the advancing frontiers of our technology, let these 50 wonders fuel more than just wild speculation. Let them inspire a deeper, more nuanced respect for the incredible complexity of the human journey. They show us societies that prioritized cosmic harmony over convenience, that invested generations in a single spiritual vision, and that possessed skills which still leave us in awe. Their silent stones ask us to look at our own world, at what we build and why, and to consider what, if anything, we are creating that will speak so eloquently to the far future. So, what ancient secret will we uncover next? Perhaps it is a city beneath the waves, waiting for its tide to recede. Perhaps it is a manuscript in a forgotten library, its code finally crackable by artificial intelligence. Or perhaps it is a new way of seeing an old site, a fresh perspective that suddenly makes the inexplicable clear. The search continues as it always has, driven by that most human of sparks, wonder. If these enigmas have captivated your imagination, consider subscribing for more journeys into the heart of history's greatest questions. And we would love to hear from you. Which of these 50 phenomena compels you the most? Is it the lonely intelligence of the Antikythera Mechanism, the communal faith of the pyramid builders, or the haunting, artistic silence of the white shaman? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's keep this ancient and wonderfully human conversation going.